Oh, how lonely I am. Lonely here. Wompity womp. Womp. Alright. I'm gonna get balls deep into this. I'm running through a forest. It's late at night. I got an achievement. Into the woods. Why am I in the woods? Why is it night? Why am I in the woods at night? Just nothing. Nothing to light my way. I don't even have like a phone flashlight. Everybody's got a phone now. Moon's milky glow. Its rays cannot reach you. Not properly. Be brighter, moon. Be like the sun. Trees surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a fallen god. Blotting out most of the light. What? Well then why am I running? I'm gonna hit a tree. Hit a more sensible hour, yeah. Oh. I don't know where I'm going apparently. Why am I running? Why am I running then? Why am I being a dumbass? Caught by who? Screaming for mercy. I wouldn't dare. I would just charge in and kick him in the nards. Kick him with bill balls. You have no idea how long you've been running. I've been running in the 90s. It's the place where I want to be. Time is beginning to blend together, and it has lost all meaning. Something sharp snakes the hem of my... I'm in a skirt. Huh. Am I pretty? You do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears at the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble towards a shocked gasp. You're free at what cost? Your skirt has been irrecoverably damaged. No! My pride as a man, my Scottish kilt has been sullied. It has been too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. Yeah, just start running through the forest. Just in your underwear, no pants, no nothing. Just commando it. Let it all breathe. Be in tune with nature. Who's she? Why? Who? And then your life will be over. What, am I getting chased by a cannibal? You don't know she's still... Yeah, she could have just, like, stopped following you by the time you entered the forest and then wait till day to when you would have been, like, passed out from exhaustion or something. If you all to see her silhouetted beneath a tree looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerves you possess. That would suck. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumple. Fucking nerd. You would fall to the ground. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground, because the ground is not there anymore. This is all a dream. I should turn off Steam notifications. No one gives a shit you're playing Rivals, Blath. Pick a better game. Oh, she would be there to catch you. How sweet. She did not promise when you made that contract that you would never be alone. Would you like to take back that silly wish of yours? It's too late for that. It's too late for a lot of things. Like Blathnak. Stop playing Rivals. Fucker. All you can do is run. Run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. That's probably the person we made the contract with. It's cold enough to sap the heat from your body. And you shudder from it. It feels as though you were drowning. It feels as though you're being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run and run until, I don't know, you catch the gingerbread man. At long last, you reach a fork in the road. There's 3 paths which split off through the forest. Because like anybody else got the urge to just run with no sensible direction. Because this person did. And look what that got him. Skirtless, cold, bleeding. Yeah, that was just like a whole fuck ton of chocolate in my mouth. Blech. Well, 4, if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. 3 paths, a signpost. Yay! Which is something of a strange sight, given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it might be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate will forgive me, sounding cliche, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Ah, choices? Little fucking choices. I don't know if I want to make a choice. Why does my drink taste like bloody cleaning fluid? God, so soapy. Let's go to the shore. So it's far from over, and there's many adventures still awaiting you. I hope you've prepared yourself in advance, and I hope for your sake you have learned how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion the skill might come in handy. Okay, I'm still running, apparently. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl. Oh, quite contrary, my good fellow. I am but a big burly man. But I guess this game is about a woman. So I am a woman. The prettiest. You've been running like this for so long, your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down and quickly get you some girl dinner, a popcorn kernel, and some ice water. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find the means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will willing to take you far, far away on his boat to a place your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, that the face is kindly of a fisherman. A face you have lifted from fairy tales you have read in abundance as a small child. You will have a thick, bushy eyebrows, dark brown beard, streaked through with gray. You will look intimidating in a glass, but you will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. Man, what high hopes. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. That's heartbreaking. You only are imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength you needed to keep on going. Ah, yes, the Delulu. The Lulu is a Solulu. You're into the shore. It takes you some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time has begun to lose its meaning? I don't know, it's just counting minutes. Just innately, forever. The force is now behind you, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. Still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the... God, why can't I... That's okay. Well, sound it out. Sound it out. You in the silence of nobody here but me, so I get to make mistakes. The vertiginous, vertiginous cliffs. I swear English is my first language. Which plummets sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt upon escaping the woods a degree of hope, but a sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you a pause. You inhale, then you frown. What are you to do? You do not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There's little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You do not know. And you cannot see any houses. Where exactly? Prawn! I'm alone no longer. I'm playing a visual novel. I was promised Yuri, but there is none so far. Yeah, hi, hello, and welcome. I know, right? I'm so sad. So very sad. I'm just narrating this, so, more you... Yes. Yuri. More Yuri. More lesbian legs. That's what I need in my life. Just before Valentines, I need more. More, I say. Time to go back to narrating this visual novel. Where exactly will you rest your weary head? And what of your weary legs? What legs? Oh yeah, my character is currently skirtless right now. Because the skirt got snagged in the branch. So right now, I'm just standing over a cliff in, hopefully, a pair of boxers. I don't know what else. Here's a bucket. There are no legs. Well, not in this game. In this game, I'm a woman. A woman with a skirt. With no skirt, actually, because it got snagged on a branch, and I don't have it anymore. I know, right? Whoa! I'm a woman. I know, right? Mythical creatures, those women. I don't understand them. They scare me. Fitfully, you look around. There's nobody to your east. I don't know why it swapped it like the Burger King foot lettuce voice. There's nobody to your east, nor is anybody to your west. Number 10. Foot lettuce. There's no point in looking south, since that's where you came. And no, when you look north, the world falls away around you. Burger King foot lettuce. I see it. That's what I've been looking for. The thing that will solve all my problems is the foot lettuce. Name of need Burger King employee foot fungus on my lettuce. These cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there is not a soul here to help you. Well, you see, that's where you're wrong, because just like a neighbor, State Farm is here. Fuck. The ants lied to me. Like I said, I am on my own. I'm apparently feeling overwhelmed. So the text demands I feel. You could very well cry. Well, I'm a big girl. I don't have pants, but I'm a big girl. I don't cry. I'm a strong, independent woman. Standing here at the edge of this cliff, no fucking pants. I know why I'm so hung up over the fact that I don't have pants. You do not cry, however. Yeah, because I'm a big girl. I'm a big girl, no pants. You know that tears have never helped anyone. Fucking damn. It's brutal. You got yourself into this mess. How do you get yourself out of it? Yeah, instead of running to the village or the castle, I ran to the shore. Big girl, no pants. Why? Fuck if I know. The branch had other plans. That branch was a pervert. The branch stole my goddamn skirt. It is this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. Yeah, watch me. I'm an outdoor bro now. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. Preach, sister. You still care for yourself, if only a little, and it's a sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. Feel that? I know, right? I relate so hard to girly pop here. You glance this way at that depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes. My bad. Dyslexia, all that. As you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? No, it's a hallucination. It's the hut. You hurry onwards, hoping, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There's a house, after all, out here in the wilds, though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered, not so far from the cliffs, is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine what it contains within it more than one floor. Yes, 2 floors, please, with my tiny house. Make them, fit in 1 floor, then 2 floors. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than 1 room. Ah, 1 room, 1 floor. What's next? You're gonna tell me there's 1 wall? Though it is dark, it's not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. How dare they not level my tiny cottage before I arrive? It is leaning... God, why do they use such big words that I don't understand? God, I should have paid more attention in grade 3. Listlessly to one side like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact. and parts of it look particularly bared, almost bald. That is rather concerning. How? You don't say. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? I'm confident I could survive five nights at this shack. Oh wow, I got my own bot. Look, a bot. Hydration is upon us. We must hydrate at once. It still tastes like soap. Ugh. But do your misgivings matter? Really, when there's nowhere else to go? It is as not as you have any other option. It is with a sense of defeat. Therefore, you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. The part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but it does not necessarily mean that it is empty. It is rather late at night, after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody lives here, might be asleep. Sandman, go to sleep, just start punching him in the face. Go to sleep. You cannot imagine the owners of the cottage will appreciate being roused so very late in the night. Well, if they're not roused the fact that I'm there with no pants, then I will punch them myself. It's like, how dare you not be roused by me? Am I not rousing? I am a fine lass of decent quality. How dare you not be roused at me? You cannot, however, worry too much about the small details, however. Otherwise, you will not get anywhere. You swallow the... Okay. The taste of salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. You wrap your yo rapping knuckles. Can't read. I think that makes it better for me. Then you wrap the knuckles of your right fist on the door, so my left hand is free. I know the way. Like that Ugandan knuckles meme back in like 2019. I know the way. You rap quietly. I'm rapping out here. I'm rapping like one of them Snoop Dogg fellas. I'm the dog. I got that dog in me. I got that Snoop Dogg in me. Yeah. But you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened with the strength of ambition, you rap your knuckles on the door for the second time, more loudly this time, with both knuckles. You wait a few moments, but still you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time, as I say, the charm. But for all of that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say that you did not try. I tried my hardest. Intrigued now, and more anxious than more intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull down, and to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you as if by magic. No, that is just improper leveling of the house, and it is just swung back due to poor construction. It feels almost as if it was preordained. Hello, occupants, be roused, for I am here, pantsless girl. No one is roused. my pride as a feminine female has been hurt. Damn. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see, given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage interior is as inspiring as its exterior. Which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There's few cupboards which line the walls. There's cupboards in here? Damn! Luxury. A fine wood fire which has been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. I know! This pantsless girl has been roused by the environment. It is so fancy. I don't even have to pay for it. The best part. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. What is it, rats? You cannot find another soul. Other zombies? Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, you might as well make yourself at home. Or at least as home as one can be. I suppose in a small, cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute. So intense, it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do so. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this, is better than standing. Far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut as your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of wind and distant rolling of the waves as you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it. From queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why? Who has to say you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would you make that? Would that make your nighttime fancies then a dream inside of a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another like wooden dolls. This is getting oddly philosophical. Where's my Yuri? That's all I care about. Really says a lot about me as a person. I should not be exclaiming that so much. Is that not a whimsical thought? Yes. The whimsical thought of Yuri. Oh. This is on the internet. This is gonna be on forever. Forever Phantom, known as Yuri Lover. Phantom is a pervert. What? No, I never. You're talking crazy. That's crazy talk. That's something I would not do. How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more... God, another word! Why are the words so big? Another pernicious sort. In your dreams, you are all at the conservatoire with your red hair tied back into two prim, proper braids. I want to read. Fine, pernicious. Thanks, Prin. You read. That makes one of us. You are walking through the courtyard, clutching your books, nerd, to your chest as you make way to the library. Your head is bowed, nerd, so not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not wish to meet their eyes, because you're a nerd! These girls, with their sensible braids and the sensible shoes, are merciless! Yeah. Yeah. Girls are brutal. See, that's why I take the time. Perverts don't need to read? No, I beg to differ. For the longest time. Like, so much so much of that spicy literature is in book form. Yeah, I know what. This is why I'm scared of women. The more sane and reasonable the woman looks, the more scared I am. For all I know, that could be a facade. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as not to draw their attention. But alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall. Like the nerd you are. And just like that, all eyes are upon you. Staring at you. So if you look like a... I mean, yeah, more or less. Because, you know, the more I feel like it's harder to fake being a gremlin than it is to fake being prim and proper. You know, because yeah, exactly. But you're small, and that scares me, so it kind of balances out. See, they're staring at me. They're all staring at me. Imagine this dream. I'm also pantsless. They're laughing at me. I wonder why. A fountain of books scattered in your ah! Oh my god! I call this shit. I swear I call this shit. Woeful state of disarray. Yeah, they're laughing at me because my skirt flipped up. Wow, perverts, a lot of them. Are you not roused? They're all roused. They're just trying to hide it through laughter. My knee hurts. Apparently so. Is it bleeding? You examine your leg, trying not to cry. And this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to me. She has acknowledged me. That means we're friends now. You look up shyly as tears begin beating in your eyes at a girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. I'm scared. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? No. No, she's gonna pull it away at the last second. Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Don't do it exactly. Imagine this the bloody skirt. Real shame. How does that even happen though? If you like fall in any direction, like how hard do you have to fall for a skirt to like flip up? Like I imagine since this is like an all-girls school, the skirts are long. So how badly do you have to fucking flip in order for the skirt to go up? Like, you really think of how badly this person is when it comes to, you know, being not clumsy and actually stable. Her finger curls around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. I called it. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from the fall. Your knees still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts. Yeah, and, come on. To be delirious after falling? Like, how did you fall down like a flight of stairs, girly? Girly pop, we need to get you to the doctor. You stumble, yeah, out of feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings, what, because you're shoved down again? The girl's hands on your shoulders. She is laughing at you, then she is pushing you. Or maybe, oh yeah, Mal, we're overly stressed due from these bullies. Yeah, you know, that does make sense. I mean, I did make the the joke earlier of, don't worry, girlie, we'll get you a good girl dinner, a popcorn kernel, and some ice water. I made that joke earlier. Oh, the sound of the fountain running water which drums against its basin is all of a sudden very loud. It's overwhelming. It surrounds you, then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The sound of rushing water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No! You do not want to remember this. What good will it do? This is in the past, where it's ought to remain. You're never gonna go back. Not even in your dreams. It is with this determination which forces you back into the world with a waking start. You grasp like a fish. Oh, that's uncomfortable. Oh, that's breathing in my ears. Oh, God. Oh, my, got like weird shivers down my spine. I don't like breathing in my ears. It's like when you did ASMR, when you got close to the microphone. This is the same feeling I got. It's like, oh, I'm so uncomfortable right now. You gasp like a fish, as you sit upright. Your eyes are unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep with half-lidded eyes. You glance about. It is still dark inside your cottage. The sky is still visible from beyond the windows, splashed. Why is there windows? There's no glass in those windows, I assure you. Windows splashed still with stars. How long were you asleep? You are not sure. Your dream is not so very detailed. It really did feel like you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. Please do not do that. I won't tune in the stream, huh? I won't tune in the stream. You can do ASMR. You know, freak me the fuck out. Give me more shivers down my poor bucket man spine. For anybody else watching this VOD, I'm being bullied by the cat lady. This person here. This is mean. Meanie. Lame. Don't don't bully me. Don't bully me or I'm just gonna leave you. When you inhale, you taste the rank voted water in your mouth. I hate you all! Leave me alone. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. I'm still without a skirt. I need to find myself pants, damn it. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Well, now what do? Well, you go back to sleep. Sounds like the best option available to you. You are very tired. But your senses feel too overwrought. All of a sudden, for sleep, you do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet and then stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky and the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. Womp, womp. You can hear the wind outdoors, howling like an injured animal. What the fuck? Why is everything so sad? And more softly, the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. What is that sound? Why is it almost like singing? The voice is far away enough that you can't pick out any individual words, nor individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses a quite pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy, one which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during the fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally, this is a whole nother matter altogether. You should really have learned your lesson by now. You know, you should know better than sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as yourself do not learn. What the fuck did I do earlier? The pretense earlier this, I was running through the forest, running away from a person I made a contract with. And apparently I've not learned my lesson. You do not go near crazy. I know, right? Like in the beginning, I was running through the forest. That's how I got my skirt ripped off. I won't forget it because it's gonna come up later, I guarantee it. It's like, where are your pants at? Imagine just the middle of the forest. There's just somebody running without pants. I would nope the fuck around. I don't care if it's a woman. I don't trust anybody if they don't have pants or something. It's not pants, like you ripped off the skirt. Unfortunately, I think you are crazy and you can't run from yourself. Watch me. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in a doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the cottage, but it's still colder now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly at the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then you step out into the unknown. The canvas of the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal, this voice. As it hangs on the breeze, it could be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. Damn. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs, where they drop downwards into the empty air. You ought to not go any further, but that voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it, echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which it is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Is that a siren? I'm thinking about it. Is that a siren? Your eyes narrow with determination. I mean, it is... You take a one step towards the cliff. Yeah, it would be really, really bad if that was a siren. But you know what they say, hot lady's hot, and my character apparently has not learned that lesson. These cliffs are steep, and the rocks below them are very sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the ways of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Yeah, a siren will get all of us. Have you seen me move so fast? Well, wait till you see me when a siren gets involved. Oh, that's a funny thought. Like, a person so determined to get to a siren, they launch themselves through a cannon, indirectly hitting the siren, and then the siren dies because the person hit them with such fun force and trauma. Just launch old Scotty at the siren. He's willing. Let me go, Captain. Let me go. The wind is so powerful it feels as though there's something deliberately malicious to it. He would be her last lost soul. It's the guy moving so fast. It's like, can't stop, won't stop. That's that scene with A-Train from The Boys. Just running straight through the person. You wonder during your descent if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down into the rocks below. Well, if that's what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction in my righteous defiance. You can be awfully stubborn at times. Now is one of them. Oh hell yeah, Slay Queen. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last, your feet beat the shoreline below. You've made it. And you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers as they feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can feel the discomfort. And at least it is still attached to your bones, where it ought to be. Your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has by and large, been quite successful. Ah, yes, the eternal hunt for bitches. I ran from one bitch, I'm immediately going to the next one. I wonder what that contract was, the other one. I got this game so long ago, I forgot what the premise was. I know I wanted to play it. I don't know, how long ago it was. But, yeah, I got this game at least like 2 months ago. I was planning on streaming it. Never got to it, but now I'm gotten to it. And I remember that this game involved witches, Yuri, and cannibalism. I think. I don't quite remember. But anyway, let's go hunt ourselves a bitch! There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore on the hunt for the bitch, which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated. Meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while, the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the serenity of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore. They recede shyly and pushed and pulled by the beach and a bleached and white moon which hangs overhead. The ocean that you have seen in your library books were all blue and as sapphires, but this one is different. It is so late at night it looks black instead. Oh, jeez, thalassophobia, am I right? The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You will not let yourself be afraid, for there are bitches about. There is, bitches to be had. I must go find them. A part of your world. It was a siren. This is not good. You round the corner, your feet unsteady in their own sensible brown shoes, and then at long last you see her. There is a woman. Sitting upon a rock, out in the ocean. No, that is where you are wrong. Me, the pantsless lesbian, is gonna be the one doing the boning. Hey there, woman! Are you roused by me? That's a pickup line. There's a reason I'm so lonely, and that is one. Woman, be roused! I'm lightheaded. Oh, I need a breath. I'm laughing too hard at myself. Oh. The caffeine and hyperventilation is not doing... it's not doing me good. The woman's eyes are closed, and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. God damn it, Blaznak, stop playing rivals, it's not good for you! Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. My lashes are better than yours. Her lips, meanwhile, are parted in song, are soft like the fleshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of the body, meanwhile, fish. It's nothing like you've ever seen before. Fish. It is here, and here alone, that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty. For her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has, instead, the shimmering tail of fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot. Not with a tail like that. You see tails? Tails not human. Fish. Is this your type of woman, cat? Fish. Fish. Is this not your type of woman here, Prin? Huh? Fish? Fish? Nice. My type of women, all women. Fish! This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. Well, you see, I beg to argue, as long as it has a hot enough face, most guys will think with their dick. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Oh my! You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance. Oh no, she's looking at me. I looked at the art looking at me, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed version, sitting upon the rock, Vision, my man, is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing it feels as though she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest as if there's some manner of magical spell. That could be very well the case. You thought the mermaid was pretty when you first observed her, sitting on top of that outcrop of a rock. Her face turned in profile, She's now looking at you. Oh god, what do I do? I'm panicking. I've never talked to a woman in my life. However, you can say that you are mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful. So much so, it's almost unnerving. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a walking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. Her tail is fish, but its scales look slick and wet regardless, like those of any one fish one might find in a market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They almost seem to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks right back at you. Fish! You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation. But the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Oh no, she's smiling at me. Prin, what do I do? I'm panicking. Her lips, which were once pressed in a frown, now shift upwards. She is smiling. Then she says in her fine sort of voice, it's a good thing you reminded me, because I forgot. I don't remember these simple things. Oh no, she's smiling at me. I'm panicking. I'm fatting my face. Ooh. Oh. My social ineptitude. It's rearing its ugly head. Oh. My. It's really good. Man. I can't narrate a woman for the life of me. A very masculine woman here. It's really good. It is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would have no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. I like to think that she meant, like, human women specifically. All the men are still there. The women have died out long ago. My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet, girlish variety. She is rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables one would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, but with no accent to match. Oh man, it's just like so like hick accent, just like from the States, like ooh-wee, some like Toe Mater type talk. Ooh-wee, aren't you a fine fisherman in my old tail? Oh. But no accent to match. Well, you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but no one has ever come to see me. There has been no lovely humans for me to play with. I don't trust that. Why did I come here? I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you at least have not been eradicated. You are still here, pantless, in front of this random fish person. Who needs dignity anyway? It's not like nobody else is here to see you. Yes, well, I can see that. The mermaid answers with a light laugh.
It is really a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I have always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering, sitting here night after night, all on my own. It gets so lonely here.
God, that reminds me of Conquest. Conquest from Playing Invisible.
I'm so lonely. The other Viltrumites, they fear me.
I don't trust anybody that says I'm so lonely. It feels so wrong.
It's like, I'm so lonely.
Now, that's an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before?
So, dear human, did you say you are unfamiliar with these parts?
Unfamiliar with your parts? Hey! Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtlessly, thoughtless though you may be, at times. Man, this immediately called me out for my stupid comment. Thoughtless though you might be. Thoughtless? How'd you know? That's me. A lot of times. You're not very self-centered that you cannot detect the note of longing in the mermaid's voice. I don't know how to do a voice of longing. I know how to do a voice of shortening, though. It is evident, as she looks at you, that she is hoping for a particular answer to her query. The answer, alas, is not one you can furnish her with. Damn, so many words. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you can reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you only have just arrived by this shore, and you are unfamiliar with both your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if it was a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. After all, I'm still here, and that's all we need. Are you not, you wonder? Enough to satiate your curiosity with the human realm? Is my pantsless visage not enough for you? Does it not rouse thee? How dare thee not be roused? You offend me so.
Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful naturally for your company. Although... Wistfully, the mermaid sighs. I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some of the news of the nearby village and its inhabitants.
This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to?
So you're able to work that much out,
The mermaid says with a small smile.
You're an intelligent one, aren't you? Well, fuck you too!
Your past professors would beg to differ on that score, but you were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. You could never get out of your head around all those numbers. Your stern, stony-faced maths professor used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are here. It's just you and the hot lady in front of you.
Oh yeah!
And she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. Yeah, just hide the bad parts. No need to show. You allow yourself a soft smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess.
For I guess it was remarkably accurate. You are quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me.
Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. Clap, clap.
There are many humans in this world. Of that I know. The human who spoke to me, however, was special. She was my human.
You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice.
And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and never did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out of the pasture. She told me of her work. I marveled at her, slender though she was. She possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean for my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that has not mattered to me. Her conversion was engaging, and I knew, though our continued encounters, that she meant no ill will. She did not have a single drop of malice in her heart. She was the wistful manner in which the mermaids... Oh, my bad. I got stuck in that voice. The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks to her friend makes you feel, for a few brief moments, a flicker of some ugly, painful primordial emotion. Fuck, this girl's really got a bitch. I can't be that bitch. Shit. Oh no. I'm jealousy. It's painful, isn't it? To hear, I feel like whoever wrote this doesn't understand some of these words. They just wanted big words. Damn fucking right they wanted big words. They confused me. At least the art is somewhat nice to look at. I like the background. It's painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. Damn. I got called bitchless again by the script. You have, for many years, been woefully alone. Damn it. Been called bitchless again. But you are not alone now. You're with the mermaid, and she is with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of some industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Yes, Prin, no bitches. Man, I sound like a husky. Wait. Did not hear anything. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit.
I said nothing.
I said I sounded like one, not that I am one. That's it, you're banned. I'm banning you. I'm finding a way. I'm banning you. I will not take this accusation lightly. You will be purged from my chat, post haste. You will never see light again. I will throw you in the dungeons. That seems like a quite anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell you, her companion, beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf. Did she not give you any warning? To the dungeons with you, Prin! I will not stand for this. It's because I'm sitting. Ah. You will have my rage served to you with a knuckle sandwich. Not a single one. And then... And when, you ask, did she disappear? I do not know the truth. Oh, yeah. Oh, little you know I got that dog in me. I'm gonna beat you up. Beat you up, nerd. I'm gonna give you the 1-2. Bop, bop, bop. Bap you on your snoot. On your fucking cat girl snoot. You know, bop you right up there. Kick your arse while I'm at it too. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently, both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons, and for your months, and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. Okay, wow, call me mortal as a slur, why don't you? We do not need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them to spend at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. Filthy mortal! Filthy mortal! Oh, I'll show you what mortal means. I'm gonna show you what mortal means and what I'm capable of. Show you what this mortal can do to your face. I'm gonna get old. No. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs, a soft tinkling, tinkle, tinkle, sound, like that of a bell, which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You have always had a thirst for knowledge. Not of the dry, dusty academic variety. Oh, I want the tea. I need the gossip. Girly Pop needs gossip. Give Girly Pop gossip now! Literature was the only subject you were ever really good at. Again, it's hard for me to quantify, but if I have to put it in terms for a human like you would understand, I suppose we mortals can live, mermaids can live for centuries. Yeah, spill that tea, girly. Girly needs tea. Centuries? Centuries? That is quite the surprise. But perhaps it shouldn't be. You've always been subjected to many number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons. It may not sound it might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I have experienced many number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me, and she would talk to me just one more time? Perhaps I am asking for impossibility. I have been waiting for so long enough now. I presume she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or at least to her family. Perhaps her whole village. You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent. For a few moments, you can swear you could feel the depths of her sorrow from within your own breast. Well, that's a tea. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge in it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid, once more, you cannot help her. You're only a traveler, after all. What you do know of a signal insignificant farmhand nearby in the village. Yes, I thought you might say that. It's quite unfortunate, but... well. Oh well. I ought to not reflect upon that. I am missing... that would be... churlish of me. Fucking lot of big words. And it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I am sure, with hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord. And of course, I have you now. Oh, does she? Does she? I don't know. Do I not? I ought to go soon before my absence is noticed. But will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. She does, don't lie. Yeah, I am bound. Hot lady's hot. Hot lady's hot. I'm already in a shackle. Hands together, bound on this rock. I've always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. I cannot help but feel as the mermaid... you cannot help but feel as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use me? Oh, I am flattered and scared. Instead, as a substitute for the farmhand that has been missing so very ardently. Damn. Speak low English. Jeez. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things. Oh, aren't you too good? It makes your self-esteem sting. You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your own bruised sense of self-worth. Wow! Fuck you too! You would tell the mermaid after a pause you'd like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you. I have been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you again has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. She does not smile. Did she not smile, you wonder? After her friend disappeared? I did not know. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. Where do you learn these words, mermaid? Like a dictionary wash up on your doorstep? On your underwater doorstep? Where do you know these big words? This is why I like humans so much. You are not callous and unfeeling, like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You're much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder how petty you are, of how petty I am, and how jealous would she still care for you. Oh. Well, that is neither here nor there.
Oh, now I gotta climb back up! You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown. The following night, then to make your slow, stumbling way back up the cliffs, then to your college, which you purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, then you close your eyes. The sighing in the wind outside and the distant rolling of the roiling. Oh, that's not rolling, it's roiling. I don't even know what that means. The waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter with the of a Moorish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which had prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where is all that gone? Do you not think you're being a bit complacent? No? Oh well, you will. Tee-hee. The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It is not particularly a pleasant morning, but at least it's not raining. That is some small consolation. Oh, nice, I can actually see. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, and at a glance, and the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. This cottage interior has a distinct, disquieting appearance of being abandoned in a hurry. There's a broken pottery strewn about the ground, and the singular wooden chair which must have stood by the singular wooden table that is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, shelves within depressingly bare. Quick search reveals a handful of edibles. Oh yeah, we're getting high! We're getting stoned, dude! Sick, brah! There's precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you would have to look into foraging. Hey, you ate very little last night, and your stomach is empty. It was malcontented with the rumblings in your stomach, an actual fact which roused you from your slumber. But it seems your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like a gray cloud that choke the sky. You're not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You were dwelling instead upon events of the... I don't care if my body's falling apart around me. There's a hot bitch in the water. Nonsense. This girlie only needs the power of edibles. How have you survived for so long? Wee brownie. You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you... It's been 10 months. How have you survived out here with no food? Weed brownie. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially how the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have disappeared. You could not quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then? Why can you recall it so very clearly? You could not help yourself to scant food and drink available to you, all the while you are thinking of the next course of action. Now what are you to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall, so that you might once again see the mermaid. But the night will not arrive for quite some time. You'll need to find means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the college does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your souls still ache after your excursions last night, but if you go slowly, it ought to be alright. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. You need to fashion yourself some pants, girlie. You're still without any. It is almost cold as it is inside as it is out. In any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind and you set off. You do not know where exactly you are going, but you suppose does not matter overtly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings have led you to the cliffs. They're very sharp and steep. The drop leads the shore. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder how you are able to descend these cliffs to the night prior to meet the mermaid. You are rather more determined than you are rather more determined than you have ever realized. I could see why the farmhand stopped going. Like, damn, if you have to make such a hard course downward. Though, I, of course, could have told you that much. You are surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. I am that bitch. I am the girly. You walk along the cliff, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop to the shore. You might have survived last night's excursion unscathed, but you're not fancied trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Flowers. Your meanderings along the cliff revealed to you a manner of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather blasted, but you could see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright like the sun's light during the summertime. Or so you think. With a flush of pleasure, you flare the fair hair of the mermaid whom you are certain spoke to you last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it's uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress. The morning dew wetting your How did I get a skirt back? What? In the beginning, it made very clear that the skirt was ripped fucking right off. I swear to God. Like a tree branch, like, cooked. I think they forgore. Yeah, I think it's a lot funnier just being pantsless, too. Just pantsless. Where are your pants? Fuck if I know. A tree stole them. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you could not care for this minor discomfort. You just had an idea. Wow, I can think. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You are sure they would appreciate it? Why would she not? She told you in a voice which steeped in dolor that she had been feeling lonely. Those words haunt me. You want to see her again. You want to, when you next see her, you would like to see her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and the delicate stems snap easily between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of the stem intact. You will need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make a mermaid a diadem. Wow. Fucking words. Flower crown. Yeah, flower crown. Diadem. Really? Diadem is a word. This author, dude. Something she will be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She is so very pretty. Anything would suit her. You continue to work, slow and steadfast, as the weak sun shines. It is, wow, instead of finding food or something you can eat, you make flower crowns? Girly pop, come on. It takes time, but you are eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid would feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. Carefully pocket your makeshift diadem. Then decide to forage for some food.
She's just a girl! Just a girl.
You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least. Fortunately, really, that you are excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more time in the immediate present, you might have had more of an appetite. Emptiness of your stomach. Fucking words. You return to the cottage, whereat you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. There's very little to do. You soon discover the cottage, other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floors. Occupations which both feel oppressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself trying to light a fire. Oh, wow, it's nicely burned down your cottage, so that you might ward off the cold. Time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but it's also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. She will return to the shore, as she said she would. Can you really trust her? Probably not. Oh, you hope that you can. Okay, apparently I hope that I do. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you would think you would die from disappointment. Seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as I do, the sun leaks the mermaid time, mermaid time, mermaid time. I don't want to read. Mermaid time, mermaid. However, that might be too early to search for the mermaid. Fish. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint when you are gonna call it from the night before. Mermaid, 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 mermaid. The voice is high, clear, silvery if needed. Wouldn't you want to try and find the village? You know, you'd figured that. Wouldn't you want to try and find the village if it was close enough for the farm girl to chore and make her way over to the siren? Yeah, you'd figure. But this girlie isn't very smart. But she can defy the law of conservation of mass, being able to just summon a new skirt, apparently. And if voices can have colors. Like a finely polished dinner plate in a noblewoman's home. The voice belongs to, of course, the mermaid. Who else do you know can sing with an angelic voice as that? Me. I'm the best singer. Relief begins to bubble up inside you. A relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She not abandoned me after all! Yay! Fish waifu! Why, you wonder? Did you ever think she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that more a mere nicety? God fucking words. Buoyed, I think, as by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With the trembling fingers, they are trembling, I presume, from the excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle, then turn it. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs as you did the night prior beneath the covered, inky blue sky. The wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soul still ache from your expedition the day prior, but you're able to ignore this discomfort because this girlie is thinking with her dick. God, I relate to a character so hard. For sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'd actually try to take out the siren. Actually, no, it'd probably be too late for me if I could see the siren. When compelled to the prospect of once more meeting the mermaid. You've known her for only one night, but yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. Wow! You fell in love quick, didn't you, girly? You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked for it. Wow, girly. No standards for yourself whatsoever. Well, almost anything. For sure, if you didn't nope out of there hearing her song, she would have your ass. Yeah, but to be fair, the hot lady's hot. Any hot lady would have my ass. If I didn't die from my own social ineptitude first, you know? You know? I know. You know. We all know. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling on your own scuffed brown shoes, which are really not built for rock climbing in mind. Don't pet me, you bitch! Get away from my head! Oof. So frantic you are in your attempts once again to make the mermaid's acquaintance, you nearly fall. It's a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way down to the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop where you last saw the mermaid. Fish! Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. Fish! Fish! When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing and her eyes light up. Or at least they seem to. So you've returned to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly as she giggles, or perhaps should I say my heroine. Heroine. Ha ha ha. Her praises make you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Heroine. Hero-I-N-E. I can read. Heroin? No thanks. Say no to drugs. Nobody's ever called you heroin before. You don't even think of yourself as heroin. I mean, why would you? It's pretty... Don't do heroin, kids. Oh, I'm so lightheaded. Oh. You had a bunch of edibles earlier. Yeah, bro. This mermaid's not real. Oh, boy. I'm still tweaking on the streets, bro. If a story were made about you, you'd rather think that you would be a supporting character. One without her own voice. You're not interesting enough. Yeah, no, character's not. Like, chill, girl. yeah, let you need a detox. This is an intervention. The mermaid seems to think you are, though. She's staring at you delightedly, as though you are one person in the world that she wishes to speak to. Oh, I need to breathe. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. Oh fuck, I'm weak at the knees, girly. You tell the mermaid that you do not think that you're so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. Oh, I think you are. I saw the way you scaled those cliffs and thought that was very heroic. Oh boy. You saw me almost slip and eat shit. You saw the depravity of my mental state to where I would scale very perilous cliffs just to speak to a hot lady. Oh my god. The desperate scramble down that cliff. For what? Fish pussy? Girly, we need to talk. There's more to life than fish pussy. Oh,
losing my shit. Oh boy. She disagrees. I don't give a shit if she disagrees. I get to have my opinion. Oh, so she saw that, did she? Then did she see you slip down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process? Poor Phantom. Yeah, I'm a disgraceful creature.
My whole ass, Phantom.
Oh, howdy, howdy. Please don't look at me. I'm a mess. Apparently, my character here is willing to do anything for fish pussy. Just fucking desperately scrambling down cliffs to talk to the lady on screen here. Oh, Lord. Oh, boy. This girly here is... Yeah, the fish goosey! Anything for the fish goosey. Oh, boy. Yeah, this lady here. I'm really suave when it comes to the aquarium. I'm a fish biologist. Yeah, because of this fine piece of tuna. I know. It's great. I actually have a bucket in real life here. Prin knows. Prin can confirm. Ah, I know the bucket. It's so popular. Luckily, I'm past that stage of grief where I'm past the depressive stage. I am so marketable. You should see what I'm surrounded by. I'm surrounded by buckets. I have a mug that looks like me. I've been collecting object head streamers. Yes, add me to the list. Collect them all. I'm like the legendary Pokemon of object head streamers. I know I owe you 10 mini phantoms. I'm a TV head myself. I don't feel like I'm being creepy, please. Oh yeah, no, collect me, motherfucker. Put me in a cage. Put me in a cage. Actually, don't do that. Please. I don't know, that sounded weird. Love TV heads. Yeah, object head people are great. Why? Because I'm one. I would say that it's like, if I could choose otherwise. But I'm just kind of stuck with this, and now I'm cool. No one cared who I was till I put on the bucket. I was born by it, raised by it. You merely adopted the object head. Oh boy. And we love you too, random citizen. I love my busty boson lady. Object heads are fun. I agree. With my nose bleeding here. Have you never... Okay, back to reading my visual novel. Back to the fish goosey. Oh yeah. Have you never been more... you've never been the most graceful of girls. But you have your failings exposed before being as poised and perfect as the mermaid. Oh my god. There's a list. Yeah. No worries. It's better than somebody coming to the stream and advertising art to me. You'd be surprised. I had that happen to me once. Once and never again. It still stings a little bit. More, in fact, than the reluctant grazes upon your palms and clumsiness wrought you. I know, right? They come into my chat, ask me for my limited funding. Only, they gotta realize that I'm also an artist,
I mean, look at me. I'm adorable. I've got to add buckets. Yeah, not a lot of buckets, actually. I think I'm the only one as far as I've seen. There's not really any other Buckethead streamers, and none like me. There's only one other bucket streamer? No. Oh, no, there can only be one. I will fight for the right to wear the bucket. Gearhead Productions. You know, click on that box. Where is it? Where is it? I'm looking through that. A lot of TV heads. A sandal head sandal? Huh. A bag head. A box head. Should make that by default. A can head. A cherry head. A cloud head. Coffee. Huh. Egg. Eyeball. Ice. Fire. Oh, fire and ice. Those two should collab. The fire and ice. Jar. Lamp, lemon, lamp heads. Oh, those lamp heads. It's like an ancient. He's not on there yet. Lemon head. The fire and ice VTuber should collab if I haven't mentioned that. But lamp heads. Oh, those lamp heads. I shake my fist at those lamp heads. I have, mainly because I'm so easily confused with lamp heads. If it weren't for the bucket handle, I think most people would confuse me for a lamp. Yeah, there's a feud, blood feud. I mean, that's what I get for making my bucket white. Pumpkin heads. The war sandal head. War sandal. What a name. Let's see. A few toasters and a teapot. So I guess I'm the first bucket head. That's neat. First bucket head on that list. Yeah, I know, right? How dare they assume? I ain't no filthy lampshade. I said that with like the passion of a Confederate. Yeah, nice. You tell the Okay, back to the visual novel. I do wish to get this one done. I do be the bucket man. I am the bucket man. And plus, how many other VTubers can say that they have a actual prop? Yeah, let me get that fishusi. Alright, gotta put on the suave. You tell the mermaid that you were, that there was nothing so very heroic about that. You were simply excited. That's all. To see her again. You weren't thinking.
Well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again.
She was? Ah.
Naturally, I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I hoped that we might resume our correspondence.
I mean, I have ears. I want to make puppet ones. Cosplay buddies, you and I. Yeah, it's also nice because I get to actually wear something to conventions too. It's so very fun. I have no shame. Originally, I was more gonna be like the bucket helmet for Crusader. No one knows what he's looking at. I feel like I got lost here. Oh yeah, cosplay's great. I'm a cosplayer. I've cosplayed myself. Okay.
That is why I came back to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you.
Damn. Never been harder.
Did you hear my song?
Yes, you reply with a nod of your head. You heard it all the way in that abandoned cottage. It called out to you.
That was the general idea. I was singing for you. She was? Oh, good heavens! You do not think that you are worthy of a mermaid song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then, well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There's nobody else to hear me. That's a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back to the mermaid. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful. Then you tell her before you can lose your nerve that you prepared a present for her too. Oh, have you really? You have! God, this text is kind of funny now. Indeed. It's a small thing. Nothing more than a silly trinket. But would it not be too much of an imposition then? With clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket. For a few moments, you fret that you near fell down the cliff. It might have damaged a delicate, thin chain, the delicate chain nestled within it. But your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy. Damn right! I am a master craftsman. Runs in my blood. Given it was made with only so few flowers, it held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same. However, as you hold it out, presenting it to the mermaids... God, what is it with the big words? I don't understand these. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned the chain. You thought you would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when you first made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you have begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems very meager offering. Seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold it out, the longer you hold the gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half in mind. As the seconds elapse, you snatch her silly, unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. Damn. We need to get you some self-esteem, girly. But the mermaid's lips curve upwards into a smile, and in a voice, oh so full of gratitude, it makes your heart throb. Oh, my heart is throbbing. She says, oh my, did you make this for me? Yes, you reply. Still feeling a little bit flustered. You saw these flowers earlier, and when you went for a walk, they made you think of her. Not, you hasten to add, that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. Half of her inner thoughts are self-deprecating. Yeah, you should have seen, like, the last 30 minutes. They were far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought. You are unable to get the rest of this sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you. Not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. God damn! We need to get you, like, you know, something. You need therapy? We got you therapy. Hot ladies, my therapy. Hot women is all I need to make me forget about the self-deprecation. Apparently. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Yeah, damn. This is not how you get bitches. Being very depressing about yourself is not how one gets bitches. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. I'm going to be lucky. Be sure to get the fish. Thanks. That's all I need in life. I need to get this fish to see. Yeah, no, thanks for chatting. And thanks for the follow, too. Hope to catch you again. I've been laughing too hard. I'm running out of air to laugh with, but that... Oh, if I weren't more lightheaded, you would hear me laugh for more time. Oh, boy. That's a fucking great dad joke. I love it. I love it so much. Oh. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. Oh my god, I mentioned that shit before. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, I've been talking too much. Oh, I've never talked so much in my life. Usually this is all internal. This is internalized in my head. Oh. What happened to all of your confidence? Gone out the window. Hot lady took all my strength, sapped it straight out of my knees. It's all gone.
I think your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it really is pretty.
You look at your feet too shyly to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say very quietly that you are glad that she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. I know, straight out of nowhere. You have precious little of it as is. Yeah, ego. I'm starting to think you ran from the last thing out of embarrassment rather than any sort of life-threatening thing. Because initially I was running from someone through the woods. That's how I lost the skirt. I'm just thinking it's like that I'm very self-conscious. No other reason. Like, not because of, you know, my life being in danger or any other. Yeah, then magically conjured another. I know, right? The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be Why did you use the word prey? Why prey? Oh, that's not good. Why do you consider yourself prey? Why do you mentally check yourself as prey? Why are you a prey animal? That is not good. Girly. Because she smiles. Oh, yeah, maybe she likes her women self-conscious and mentally inept.
I am not simply saying things to spare your ego. I am not like that. Humans might sprout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it.
Yeah, girly needs a therapist. Being just like mentally checking yourself out at the sight of any hot women is not a good yeah, you gotta make yourself, be a good person first. You gotta be mentally sound, mentally okay before you go seeking hot bitches. Otherwise they will eat you alive, you know, thus considering yourself prey. You don't consider yourself a prey animal. It is not that. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then the conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. Oh. oh, I've been called out. You blush at this, more deeply still, and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then, she really does like it?
They don't all just say that.
You humans are so very funny with your second guessing. Oh! Ow! Thank you! Thank you in calling out my character.
She was like that too, in the beginning.
She? You dare mention that farmhand in my presence?
My friend.
The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah, yes, her friend. Ew.
How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make gifts for me too. You know, gifts like this one.
Ow!
She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there, where I cannot tread.
The mermaid gestures with one hand towards the cliffs, which tower above the shore, tall and imposing, as though to stab the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when first she presented them to me. Damn, is this how it feels when a partner talks about an ex? This sucks, dude. I'll never know. Cause I don't talk to women. It's okay, it's Valentine's Day. I can just spend it with the boys.
She do not think very much of her handiwork.
Well, you see, it's because you're a PNG on the on the internet. It's a lot easier. It's also because I've known you for 2 years.
You and her are remarkably similar, really.
It's also like a lot different to talking to people if you're like if you're talking to somebody for the sake of a relationship. It's a lot different mentally than it is just to talk to person as a friend, you know? It's a lot more mentally awkward in that way. There's no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She is so very beautiful, and fucking goddamn words, goddess, she seems to invite tribute simply by existing. I mean, to be fair, hot ladies hot, and they deserve to know. Were you more religious, or more irreligious maybe, you might even consider worshipping her. Okay, buddy, turn it down. How are you gonna chat with me and Bobo when you visit? With my words. And a bucket over my head. And maybe a blindfold. Yeah. I'll just use echolocation. Though, in essence, is that not what you were doing with the flower crown? How silly of you, to think your idea was an original one. Yeah, there's no such thing as an original idea. It's just an idea that you make original through your own style and decision choice. Like this bucket. I could be a regular old blue pail or Home Depot bucket. But no, I had to be much kawaii and sugoi with my design.
I might be accustomed to gifts, but it was really a long time since any humans bequeathed me anything. This place is a pleasant surprise. I'm truly thankful for your kindness, dear one.
The mermaid leans forward on the rock as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering.
And now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think of it as a superior quality to the gifts my old friend used to give me. Now
this is enough to make you start. If you touched the mermaid's fingers upon your own, could your silly gift really be better than the one she accepted?
I think so. My friend's trinkets were rather clumsy in execution.
Damn!
Though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though. When I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean, the waters soon rendered them fragile links between the flower stems asunder.
Your diadem, however, seems more steady,
but it is, by the same token, very delicate.
You must be very good with your hands. Oh, well, if I were a sleazier man, I would have made a joke or a one-liner there. But alas, my thoughts betrayed me and I was unable to actually think of anything in the moment. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts with your thread and needle, while other girls giggled at you and you blush. You'd think that the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as much and she only laughs.
I do not think so now.
The mermaid, places your floral trinket upon her head. Oh my god, look, it's there, upon her head. Wow! Yippee! Wow! Long fair hair then surveys you in a manner which seems almost God fucking words.
What do you think?
You think that the mermaid looks radiant. though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in the terms this glowing, and she giggles. You are selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely. Really, the flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer, with a nod of your head, very enthusiastically. That is why you picked those flowers. Only the best for you, princess. She is all you have been able to think of. I am glad that you have been thinking of me. Oh wait, no, that's the voice. I am glad you have been thinking of me. In truth, I have been thinking... What? I, in truth, have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much. Oh, princess! You humor me so. Yeah? No, it would have been embarrassing to confess how much I've been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel similarly. Well, fuck, we just met yesterday. Tone it down. What about the game? What about the chase? I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious! Oh, good heavens! That you do not care for her very much. That you do care for her very much so. You have not known her for very long. Fuck, you met her yesterday, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She is very easily conversationalist. The time simply slips away when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that it... She is so pretty. So very pretty. Pretty princess. I have heard it, yes. I have heard it, yes. That my looks are rather appealing. My old friend used to say very similarly, complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me, when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison. My smooth, sleek tail. Oh yeah, I'll kick your ass with these little fucking 2 depressing legs. Oh yeah, put 'em up, princess. I'll show you what fucking legs. It must have been so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do so, living your days beneath the harsh sun and cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I think I'd rather pity you. Oh, you pity me, huh? You gotta pity me, bub? Oh, fuck you too. But the surface is such a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed, that there are some perks to having legs, such as being able to kick your ass. Ah, pity me again, and I'll fucking give you the 1-2. An agreement which makes the mermaid giggle. I am certain there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you have never tried it? Well, you shake your head, no. You've never thought to do so, largely because you have never been so close to the sea before, not in all your life. You did not have much an opportunity for nautical nonsense in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then to save the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Womp fucking womp. Well now, that is a pity. You are kind enough to give me a gift fashioned from flowers which grow here. I cannot reach them, so perhaps I ought to return the favor. The favor? Oh, why, pointer. Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Aha, oh, princess. Perhaps we could look at a form of cultural exchange. Oh no, you protest your eyes wide. You could possibly put such a burden upon her. Not princess.
You did not give her a gift after all, because you wanted to receive anything in return.
Anything other than her friendship, that is. Wow. Aren't you such a performative guy? Where's your matcha and feminist literature? Her conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that, but I like gifts. Who are you to decide what I like and don't like? I want shit. I want a lot of shit. I like trinkets. And bubbles. That's why I have a mug that looks like me. And that's why I have tiny buckets, which also look like me. That's why I'm planning on painting my microphone to look like me. Because I need more of me. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow. A vine boom. Even this gesture is performed elegantly. Fucking hell. Can you stop mogging? Can you stop, like, just aura farming all the time? Then she says,
If my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you are easy to please indeed. But please, do not rebuff me. I'm offering this because I wish to do this. Remember what I said. I do not say things for the sake of it.
well, you murmur, if she doesn't really mind.
Of course I do not mind. Now wait there. I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend amidst this conversation.
The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear, mirror-like water, which shimmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives. Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with a nary a ripple. The mermaid's face at first is submerged, and her torso, and at last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her, as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her. God damn it, words. It swallows her. Ew. Then she disappears from view. The mirror is gone, but you are still here. Well, now what are you gonna do? There's nothing at all that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully like a wounded animal as it buffets your hair about your God damn it. Your hair about your face, and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand here fretfully, seeing as ostentatious as a maypole. Wow, can you provide a footnote to what these things are? When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You're starting to get worried. Is that all you do? God, narrator, you're really putting me down here. Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat. The water is rippling. It looks to you as your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks with a surprising amount of upper body strength, then smiles at you. Apologies for the wait. I did not make you worry. You are worrying. But you are not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaid might be spoken as devious tricksters who allure sailors to their deaths. But there they are. But they are. Am I reading that right? They are. Wow. Okay, so it's not just me. It's also the text. In actuality, very sincere. They are much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that is why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell a mermaid that you are not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I am not so sure about that. Well, fuck, you called me out. Ah, the mermaid is wilier than you're giving her credit for. And she is seeing straight through you. Well, apparently you're not very good at hiding your own feelings. But no matter.
It took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry as you did the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I hope that you like it.
The mermaid leans forward and then holds out a gift towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl it like the petals of a flower being folded back. And wow, what a pretty gift it is. It is a seashell. I'm concerned about my character starving, actually, considering that this is only day 2 about being all alone. But hey, at least the fish lady is pretty. The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers with prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That is a bad habit, you know. You'll make yourself bleed. Then, ask the mermaid if this is really alright. A gift like this would not be wasted on you. What a gift like this, Baba. Of course not. I want you to have this shell, because it makes me think of you.
It does?
How so?
I thought it would be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you.
Oh, you flatter me so. Unfortunately for you, I am cold and unfeeling, just like the bucket on my head. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. You could scarcely believe it. It is an awful lot for you to take in, but...
Now, why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite a shame.
You would waste your good looks. Aw, stop it.
Which, for a maiden such as yourself, would be nothing short of a tragedy.
Damn, this is trying to riz me up. Stop it, I'm blushing. Not making me blush. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you are pretty. After all, the mermaid, with her smooth skin and her fair hair, you could scarcely believe it. There is something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately, obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you are not that pretty, not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There's nothing for it than to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths for you. You do not think that you are worthy of it, but neither of you want to refuse it. Now, that is a surprise.
Now, that is a surprise,
the mermaid says, amused as you reach for the shell.
I did not think you'd be bold enough to take it, not without, more coaxing on my part. You have exceeded my expectations.
I'm not reading that aloud. I don't want to read that line aloud. Oh, I don't want to read that line around. That line is, I don't want to read that. That feels so weird. Just even like reciting that line in my head is weird. Oh no. I don't want to read that. Nah. Well, no one's watching me. No one's watching me, I think. I think Prin left. Prin left, probably. Do more important things. Like go, look at something more important. Yes, surely that is what it is.
What a good girl you are.
Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. Oh, good heavens. Oh.
She presses the shell into your skin, and your fingers then tighten about it.
The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts, but there's pleasure in the pain. Damn, girl!
This too feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn from it.
Even pain can be a precious thing when...
What the fuck?
Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. Damn, I didn't know my character was so kinky. You never knew that before? Yeah, because you're... Fucking hell, dude. Like an undiscovered kink. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating at a regular rhythm. And look at the mermaid. Then softly you thank her.
It is quite all right. It seems only fair, after you share a part of your world with me. I was to share a part of my world with you too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depth, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You are far too fragile. Would that I could bring you with me to my underwater kingdom, where we might be together.
The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles.
But this will have to do for the present. Please take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed.
Days pass, following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance, with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight the best you can by going for long, bracing walks amid the heather, foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. You even, when you have mustered up enough courage, to take an old fishing line uncovered in the fisherman's cottage and try your luck by the shore. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. After some time, you take up your rod, and you find yourself able to catch the odd fish here and there, small scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales from these saltwater fish that you've captured and how to gut them. You learn too how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer your fish on spikes and then roast them slowly, innards and all. You're able to sustain yourself well. Enough during the day, though faint pains of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary compared to the desire to visit the mermaid. Yes, to go see the fish. Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights are made of magic. Heresy. It is only during the night that the mermaid emerges from the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. When you have never before had anybody who took such a great interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. Oh, perfect! It's a good thing you left, because I had to read a very embarrassing line for me. Ha ha ha. You'll never see it too. Oh, how perfect that timing was. Ah. That is why she has grown to mean so very much to you. Yeah, you you won't know. I'm not telling you. Oh, you'll never know. She is the first friend you have ever had. But if you not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. Wow, fuck you too, narrator. You will care very little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You do not want to show the mermaid how much that you value her. and you hope within time she will only come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend whom she lost so suddenly. Wow! How toxic! What a toxic way of thinking! That is your plan, at least. Why is that my plan? Why am I so toxic? Fortunately for your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Yippee! Your nightly conversations, when you greet her, come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like a thread. You have grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. She must have, for it is not long after you bequeathed your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. Hello, princess! I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know that this might not seem like an appealing proposition. Oh, wait, no, this is her. Okay, it's quotations. My bad. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your world, for I have sat on this shore for many, many nights hence, but you have seen nothing of mine. It seems unfair that, as I should show you the world that you inhabit, well, you know so little of my own. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? This is where I die. This is where I die. Die happy. There's so much I wish to show you, sights that cannot, I fear, be actually represented in in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to communication of experiences such as this. It is quite the florid speech, but at heart of it, it is quite a florid speech, but the heart of it beats simple enough of its request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean surface that she might show you her home. And you are flattered initially. Madam, the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after this flutter of flattery, say that 5 times fast, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. That the mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface. But what of you? You are a human girl with 2 awkward, ungainly legs. Wow. And you were not made to live under the sea. You frown and mistrustfully look at the ocean. It is at this late night that it is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan and break against the rocks which jut out the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. The salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight as it shimmers sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You're a little afraid of the sea. It's so restless, so deep and all-consuming. It reminds you of a hungry monster. Oh, maybe the farmhand died. The farmhand probably died. The farmhand is dead because she killed the farmhand. You've never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You never had the opportunity. You do not know. You didn't even know how to swim. You are fearful for your own safety, as you should be. Should you consent to the dive beneath the undulating fucking words of the water. But she is a hot lady. And fear is nothing in comparison to the sheer size of horny. Ha 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 ha! You get to see nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing of my stream. Ha ha. Only I get to know what I said. Ha 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 ha. He he he. Ho ho ho. Do not look so do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word. You can breathe underwater. I cannot. Please don't. I'm embarrassed for what I've said. Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She is perched upon the rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well! She does not have a lap, not really. You are still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? That is the first step to being a great liar. You trust her to not break her word. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become the food of so many fish. Of that, you are certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. I am dead here. This is where the character dies. If that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. You are interested too in what lies beneath the ocean's surface, out of sight. Oh, I knew you would agree. Thank you so very much for humoring me. I will endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you have ever experienced. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depth might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me, I promise. This is where I drown. I will drown. Here. Yeah, she's gonna eat me. Ho ho ho. I hope in the good way. The mermaid extends her hand towards you. A hand which seems to be cut through the moonlight, just like a blade. The moon celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm, so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair, too, is glowing, backlit by a serene glow, Celine's glow. Fucking hell. So that she looks almost like an angel. She was a fairy. Her beauty is such that, for a few moments, you cannot do anything. Neither step towards her, nor back away. You'll feel frozen in place, rooted in the sand, like some shore-going tree. You do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Huh? Or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out your arm, shaking like the skinny bro of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand within your own. This is not the same, girlie. That's the reason I don't trust hot ladies. Mainly because the hotter they are, the more crazy they can get away with. The mermaid's fingers curl around your own. Her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are digging into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think, if she willed it, you would able to get away from her. But why would you want to? Like, she's hot. She's hot. Why would you ever want to get away, you know? Because she's hot. She's hot. She's a fucking menace. She does not mean you any harm. She means me so much harm. A woman like this would destroy me. Now let us be on our way. Now let us be on our way. There's so much I'd like to. There's so much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, from which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaids as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. Okay, apparently I have multiple skirts now. You inhale deeply. The smell of salt water in the back of your nostrils is so much you can choke on it. It is not particularly a pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumbled-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic. Almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on a precipice between your world and your aquatic companions that you might never be able to smell the salt in the air like this. It is a silly superstition, though. I know, they just keep on multiplying. You are being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course. Will she not? This is where you fucking die. This is where you die. You hope that she will. The fact that you have to hope. Unlike her, you cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded an opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted her fingers, still entwined about yours. She dives forwards, her body slicing through the surface like a water-like knife. You, inexorably, are dragged along with her. The water rushes. Ow! 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 Fucking water in my eyes! Salt water in my eyes! Jesus, dude! The water rushes to. As you meet a sudden with a shocking rush. Yeah, no, like, look. Like, okay, so look at her eyes here. They're open. In salt water. Chlorine hurts my eyes. A lot. Right? Yeah. There you go. Back in my position. But, like, ow. Ow, my eyes. Oh yeah, she only has one short skirt. The mermaid's descent might be grateful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think the water would be this cold. No, it's not just cold, it's freezing. As though all the warmth had been sapped out of your skin. As if your head was not really beneath the waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp forever. You cannot. You've already been submerged. Your body no longer feels that it's your own. Oh god, I'm drowning. Your skirt is fluttering. Ooh, your body rocks to and fro as though you're being soothed in a mother's arms. It would, it's a curious feeling. But it's not wholly unpleasant until you start drowning. I know she lied. She only has one skirt. If only we're not so cold down here beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water, yes. You have not ventured so very far, at least, not yet at least. The glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are still illuminated, though faintly, thanks to the illumination, as you can see schools of fish swimming around you. Fish! Their scales all glisten, as though they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead to you like a fairy tale adult mind, to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. They are pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are very pretty. They're beautiful. You did not know as you stood upon the shore how very full of life it was beneath how very full of life it was beneath the water surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. Oh, wait till you go to the trench. You have never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories of dissecting fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson. I mean, to be entirely fair, you were also eating fish earlier. But that feels like a very long time ago now. Hey, but do you need water? You would far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. But as seconds pass, and they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. Well, once you were close enough to the surface, the moon's light could still slice through the waves. It is now very dark, and you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down in your body. Yeah, the weight of the water. You've descended, you realize, the ripple of anxiety. Too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into the depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you could hear teeth chattering despite the water, which stops your ears. The water is stopping up your nostrils. There is so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. Oh, really now? Water at the ocean. Who would have thought? Who would have known? You could have told me.
Well, you didn't. Oh, because fucking, I'm none the wiser. Who would have known? Not me at all. It's endless. Oh, no shit. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. God, oh wow. Oh wow. Good fucking, that's what you get for thinking with your dick, lady. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen with which to furnish your body with continual strength, not salt water. Though the thought of trying to inhale endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You'd rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Yeah, no, I'm crashing out over the main character not noticing that the ocean is made out of ocean. Also, I crash out a lot of stuff. It makes for very good entertainment. I'm entertaining. This is what being entertaining is about. This is what it's all about. I am the entertainer. This is my stream. Oh, that crash out left me so lightheaded. Oh, I need to remember to breathe. Ugh. When will the mermaid take me back to the surface? Surely she must know how fast you begun to near your limit. You've been under the water for too long. It is too cold and too dark. In any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy yeah, the entertainer, like the underminer. It is I, the underminer. Oh. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how you communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak, and she is not looking at you. She is staring instead fixatedly on something beyond your comprehension, something far away, perhaps in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away in her endeavors, and she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, and continues does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken, as you had hoped, from about your wrist. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It feels like the grip is getting more tight, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? I don't know. Evil-ass mermaid. But her hair billows. Oh, and you tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture, which prompts her to at last long turn. Her hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says in a calm, measured, incredibly voice, "Yes, dear one, what is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, you are a humming girl, and not a fish, and cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would not save filling your Any attempt to do so would accomplish not save filling your pretty little mouth with water. God, this text is so sensual. The mermaid really ought to consider that before she started asking questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at Yeah, the phrasing was so gross. Yeah, no, I'll tell you actually what happened earlier when you were gonna go take that call and also getting food. I had to, there was a scene in the show or this visual novel where I had to say the line "good girl" in the mermaid's voice. Dude, that was so uncomfortable. I'm just glad you weren't there for that. Len says, "I understand being underwater for so long must have been taking its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?" So she does understand your woes. You may not be able to speak, but suspended you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head empathetically, hoping this will be enough to make your distress apparent. But Yes, that will happen. It's a natural part, or so I've heard, of drowning. Not that I have ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I am incapable, you see, in meeting my demise in such a manner. Now, what was that? What can she mean? I mean the mermaid. The answer is, can she read minds? That this was calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the depths of water, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will soon be flooded with water enough, and you will die. It is not a pretty way to go. Well, fuck you too. I could have called it. You don't need worry. Your corpse, bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish. Though, I will take very good care of it, I promise. In death, you will look very lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted? You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly, but that is not what you want. That is what you want. You think she's laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die. Of course, you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. At least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. Well, fuck you too, narrator. I doubt they would be particularly interesting. If you want to know why, I'm doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you. Other than the secret perhaps being, upon your first meeting, she nursed within the cold fish's heart desire about your watery murder. You might have, yeah, even everybody hates the poor girly pop. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean surface with her. I am only doing this because I have no other choice. The other girl I liked, after all, who I adored, disappeared. She sent away, and I was never afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look very much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you are both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live with your lifespan so very short, and are susceptible to so very many diseases, is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan eclipses your own, I'm far sturdier. I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that. Oh, this narrating's getting to me. If I were as fragile as you were, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner. Just as I could see your death looming before you. It is not very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer, enclosing its cold, icy fingers around your throat. You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you. Weak and pitiful though as you are, well fuck, I'd rather you call me mortal. She respects her tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it. That does not make very much sense. Well, geez, narrator. Perhaps my words are confusing to you, but it makes perfect sense to me at least. Well, that's nice. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance thus tormented me. I cannot help but wonder how it came about, but there are so many possibilities, I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I'm going to take you into my underwater kingdom with me, so that we could be there together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair and dress you in the finest pearls around the bottom of the seabed. You'll be lovely, so much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke about to the surface of the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by diseases. You'll be quite safe, I promise. Quite safe. Yes, and quite dead too, surely. Well, yes, the only unfortunate aspect of my plan. and she considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid can be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you've ought to have predicted this. I did predict this. She has bought fish. Damn no fish people. Fish are not cold-blooded like lizards. You probably learnt this at some point, but during biology class, but your lessons from the very beginning feel very, very faint and far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this. It is necessary.
It is a necessary sacrifice. Though, if I were to be happy, I am doing this, for both our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please try to understand. I really have been lonely. You would be much more inclined to sympathize with her. Perhaps if her loneliness was not ushering you into your inevitable demise. But you're too preoccupied with drowning. To feel much in any way or anything towards your captor. You feel the pressure of water against your eyes as they begin to ache. Perhaps you're crying. You do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. You have been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. Jesus, fish moves fast. That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings are already dark. Look darker still. Still unpleasant and obscure. Not unlike the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and more oppressive than any sensation of the mermaid's hand tightly wound around your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I'm sorry to say this, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, was really sealed the moment you locked hands with her. Forgive me, but my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, You reported your soul and all that. In this case, series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. So now, what do you want to do? Will I accept your fate as yours and rest in peace while you try to fight against it? Well, gee, golly gosh. I should have saved somewhere. Nah. I'd fight. It's look at determination. Self-esteem. Determination which prompted me to take an interest in you. I could tell that you're not happy with this ending. Oh, no, really. After all, you drown. This is quite an inglorious demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, I would be only happy to indulge you. Just try to not get on the bad side, or good side of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliche. Oh, like I could have guessed. Your fate, once again, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Oh, that took like 3 hours to do. Oh my god. Alright, I chose last time. Bryn, if you're here, you can choose this time. I feel like I should take a break. I mean, I have nothing but time. Whew. It is right for me to take a break and come back.
I am back with food, so I may continue streaming with energy and I don't know. I would say confidence, but I'm already confident. Let's jam sandwich. Mons. Nom nom. Nom nom nom. This is gonna be funny to watch in the VOD. No actual gameplay, just good 5 minutes of me eating a sandwich. Oh, man. I thought you left. Welcome back. Yeah, that was a sandwich with jam and butter in raisin bread. What did you have for lunch, Bryn? You have fed me. You hurt my feelings with the food I'm eating. Nice. I have like a... There, gotta dust my hands off. It's crummy. But like a bunch of sausage, a few good eggs, hope some toast. Oh, nice. I love chopped potatoes. I need more potatoes in my life. I want more soups, like good potato soup. I would kill for good potato soup. Is what I need in my life. Especially like with a good white cheese. Like mozzarella. Great. I'm probably gonna eat all these crackers. Yeah, my favorite is potatoes, rice, and sourdough, personally. Like, for carbs I would kill for. Noodles are alright, but rice just goes with so much. Alright, let's go to the village. We'll continue. Yes, I want to go to the village. Thanks. Oh, cracker. This night is far from over, as much as you would like to wish it was, and there is still much more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. I don't know, G-narrator. You follow the path. Man, the stream is gonna be so scuffed if I just continue to eat these chips in the middle of my narration. You follow the path, which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs.
which feel ready at the moment's notice to snap, like at the knee beneath the burden of your own weight. Yeah, you hear my munching. Like you can barely hear him, I think. I mean, unless I make the fucking anime girl eating effects, if I keep on going like, how? Oh, cracker. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. Ugh, you need to lie down quickly. You only hope as you continue to run you will find a suitable residence in which you get to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run of a quaint, scenic settlement that's all thatched with cottages and sloping roofs. Surely, there'll be a kindly peasant who will take you, who will be willing to put up with a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She will be a broad-shouldered, ruddy face, and dull-brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows. But she will be kind to you, and compassionate just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. Rough. You hardly ever spoke to yours. Rough. Hey, you're only guessing. Damn. This character got like nothing going for her. You're not a complete fool, however. Despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not. As you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That's all I really can do, really. You can hear the rustling of my fucking bag. That's all you can do, really. Oh yeah. These crackers, though, are great. They're like Ritz crackers, but like with a hint of maple flavor. They're really good. So you run the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Ah, same line from before. The forest is now behind you, at least. All of its awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It's still cold, though, and still foggy. Still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. I can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as a pearl or a crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled upon the hills like a diorama. It's so funny to watch my microphone just peak a little bit from the rustling in my bag. A new hope bubbles within you. It's like, damn. This stream got a lot funnier, I feel. Continue to munch away on my shit. Munch. You finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. Oh. Probably gonna get killed again. Not gonna lie. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village, up close, does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them even darker, and the night sky that shrouds you. No lights on any of the windows, and neither can you see any people. Insomniacs like you at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quiet, eerily so. It's immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, well, okay, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know, before you go try your luck at one of these houses, that no one will answer you. No kindly, red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There's nobody here to hear your entries. How very sad. Try another door and another, but the result is the same, regardless how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody here. Once again, you found yourself all alone. Well, at least you found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. And, well, will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Nobody's here. Might as well. But no, abandoned cottage is not what you think what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears. You wipe away your looks. Here, with the back of your arm and well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Surely the village can't be completely deserted. Must be one person here at the very least who can help you. And that is what you're thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little show for your determination. Until you make yet another discovery. This village, with squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. Villagers who dwell here are not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, in this the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You're so focused on fantasies and kindly washerwoman taking you in that you did not pause to entertain the kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach a church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, stout and sturdy. Must be, for it has withstood centuries. Forever standing sentinel on its hill, like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without the luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, which occupies the rest of the hilltop, and some of it sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of Gordons, are hewn from similar stone to that which the church walls are made of. Some gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while the others are shaped like crosses. A handful of these headstones are even shaped like angels, though those are far and few between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rending fear which has gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have subconsciously already begun to relax. You tried and read the names hewn into myriad of tombstones, but it is dark, and you are tired. And some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well, Such superfluous details are not important. You'll eventually tire examining the gravestones and turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there's much to explore. There is a perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here and then there and then everywhere. Consumed as you are by your immense all-encompassing curiosity, and as you do so, you see here
A woman with a shovel. Wow.
like an ordinary girl. Like small, scrawny, just like yourself. But she has much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. It's a girl, a woman. For some moments, you observe her hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive lizard clinging against the rocky edifice that has shrouded itself in the sun. There's no sunlight here, though. There's only the night sky, the stars, and the moon. Beneath the moon's light is a silvery implement as the girl's You could just say the girl's holding a shovel. Holy shit. It takes a few more moments to see that the girl is clutching in her hands. It's not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It is a shovel. Shovel. Yay. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, I suppose you could be always digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be one of a mere whimsy. It's hard for you to see her face given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel until they are over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. Something almost hypnotic, almost in a matter of which she intends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You got the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes her skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak, with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You've come this far. It would be a folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach this strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You've grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat. Cat? Cat? Cats, no! No. But they're not quite enough. Catch! You! Cat! A girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. And she turns. And their eyes meet. And once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows, but now she's looking at you. I mean, you can tell that she's pretty. God damn it! Her skin is smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Can this girl stop thinking with her dick? Like, jeez. Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear, cool blue, like ice. Those eyes of hers, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong in this world. So we sit up at the fish person. Perhaps she's some kind of vision? A walking dream? A hallucination? I'm going cray-cray. But no, none of those things. The shovel she is clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glimmering and wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst, but the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which were once gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. Her lips curve. Oh no, she's smiling at me. This is where I run away in fear, like a schoolboy in a playground. Her lips curve upward at the edges. She's smiling, and what a smile it is. And transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant. Angelic almost. I do not trust that woman. That's why Phantom's a phantom. Exactly. So I can get away better. Hide from all the things that scare me. This doesn't help. There's a very prevalent bone motif all over her clothes. I mean, look. You got bones on the arms here. Bones on the collarbone here. And I don't know what that is, but I'm like assuming it's a container for bones. I wouldn't put it past it. Knowing this game, I wouldn't put it past it. You are so relieved, you feel like you could almost cry. Huh. It would not be the first time you've wept during this night. Neither would it be too surprising if you did. You've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. This girl holding the shovel seems to realize this, because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice, which does not match her dainty appearance. Well, she does live in a rural village, what were you expecting? Oh, it's good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only one person left alive. The only one in the whole world. Now that's quite a effusive greeting. Her inductive speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She was rather more personable than her apparel would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Hear that? I'm a well-bred young lady. Yeah. It is your turn to be on your guard. Anxiously observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask what she means. What happened? Oh, do you not know? There's an awful lot you do not know, and so much in fact. It would fill a whole encyclopedia of the things you do not know. No, whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everybody knows everyone else. The girl expression falls. At least, they used to. Back when there were still people, you know. That ain't the case now. Not after the plague. It was a plague? Well, that would expertly explain why the village, when you walked through, it was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right. It's just me here now. Not like I've seen another human being in a long, long time. It just gets so lonely here. Ah, title card. She said it. She said it. She said the title. She said the title of the game. Now that's an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a bird. Fucking is everybody lonely around here? Have you heard it before? Damn fucking right I have. You don't have much time to ponder this, however, because a girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you're a traveler, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat? Some to drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, but my food ain't nothing fancy. But I'd be more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially one not as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. It's creepy. Why do all these girls have to be so creepy? The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. Yeah, you thought when you saw her among the graves that she more distant somehow, more mysterious. Yeah, no, they want me dead. Everybody wants me dead. Of course. Duh, why would I think of that? Perhaps you're wait, hold on. Ha! More distant, somehow more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing her up with somebody else. You're still unsure if you can trust this girl. But her invitation is an appealing one. Is it much more appealing? Certainly. Than spending the night outdoors in the cold. Kipping on the grave. What are you, a romantic poet? Please. I don't know, author, narrator. Are you the poet? Because you use words too big for me to understand. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation. At least, you do not want to appear too eager, but your acquiescence to last is inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? Stranger danger? Stranger? Stranger is danger. She's the first friendly face you've seen all night. Without her, you'd be all alone. You know what, I think I would take that, actually. Your hostess leads to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church. Built in the shadows of a twisted, towering skiff. Fuck you. I don't have enough intelligence for this. Yeah, I know, right? Alone is being better than being with crazy. Yeah, no, I get that, but my character doesn't. That or alone makes you crazy. A hovel. Would to you be more appropriate descriptor? But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says, "Ah, we're here, home sweet home." But you don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around their newfound surroundings. The ceiling supported by wooden joists and perilously low, not so much so that you're in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's a fire in the corner, though it is not consigned to a grate. The fire instead is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot suspended from one of the wooden eaves. The other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does the hostess clean herself? Dust bath. You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard. But it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there's a roof over your head and food to put in your belly. You know, that genuinely made me jump a little.
just her sliding onto the screen actually gave me a slight spook. I know, right? Pitiful short I am. The girl looks to the pot, suspended over the fire, which gives a stir with a ladle. And she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she is brewing in it. You can only hope that she is not like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing broth with fenny snake fillets. Yes. I think this one is just about done, the girl says to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle back down into the pot, then looks to you and smiles. Do you want some? It looks as though you've come from quite a long way. You must be hungry. I'm making her sound so creepy now. These were the words like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. You're so hungry you could eat a horse. Ayo. Uma Musume? Uma Musume reference? Not like there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. Your hostess retrieves 2 earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever she's cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it can be used as a murder weapon. It's not much. It's not much, I'm afraid, but it's only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though. You thank your hostess for hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people enchanted upon desert islands resort to cannibalism? Humans are the creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions, but in actuality, you are not much better than the animals. You're so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all your hostess food, all their hostesses offered you. Your hostess watches you eat as she giggles once you have finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh, you catch your hostess gaze and suddenly abashed. You're so hungry and you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly, though, and you have suddenly suitably warmed. Your old self-conscious is returning. Ah, that evil thing called the conscious that really is just really bad for this character. Did you not make a fool out of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, ever, and your fragile ego. Damn! There's constant attacks to my ego, dude. Your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She's not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best cook, but I've been practicing for a long while now. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seems a grim thing to contemplate after even eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about plague?
Yes, your hostess says. They're soft, now serious. Now softened. Her voice now softened, whatever. That's right, there was plague. And what of the villagers? What of her father? They're all gone now. Gone? Yes, you see. Your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest. Long time ago, there was 4 Spujitsu masters and golden weapons. I need to watch Ninjago again. My family has a history. We lived around here for centuries by the church, so that we could tend to the graveyard.
I know, right? I have like the remix saved on a playlist, like the Ninjago intro. Like, jump up, whip around, and spin. And jump right to it again.
Ah, so this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burial back when he was alive. He built coffins, and he dug the graves, and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. Yep, that's what a gravedigger does. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense of averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father was my father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father, and my father's fathers. How many times are you gonna make it go through this? Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside. A girl without much in the way of education. Wow. Aren't you posh? It's apparent, just to listen to her, the way she slurs her syllables together, that she has never had any elocution lessons. Not like you. There's a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. Again with aura. Why is everybody aura farming? You cannot help but be impressed. So, you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes, your hostess, the gravedigger, says. That's about right. Although I never was supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that though. He taught me everything I needed to know. He knew, and then some. I might be a woman, but I have plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure if she was still alive, she'd rather I focus more on feminine pursuits, like underwater basket weaving or sewing. To better attract a suitor. Not like that would do much good now. There was no one around who would court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to her mother? She died when I was very young during childbirth. Only 5 years old. That's not during childbirth. That's not during, that's 5 years after. Oh well. You can relate to her at least, upon this point. Her parents are not dead, at least. Your parents are not dead, at least as far as you are aware. But you've not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away. Her birth lasted 5, that's what I'm saying. It's like, damn. No wonder you don't look normal. Like, who has white hair? It's because you're being birthed for 5 years. They sent you away as soon as you're old enough and never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there has been no letters nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You don't know there'll be any help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. Now seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, albeit somberly. It's alright. Ages ago, I don't remember her too well. And I've really never had a luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? No, fucking, you insensitive prick. The plague in the village. That too. I was the oldest child, still in my job. After my mother died, I was to manage the sweeping and the cooking and all the looking after my siblings too. I see. So, no, she wasn't birthed for 5 years. She had siblings. So, the siblings, one of the siblings, that was childbirth. That's what she had. I know, it makes more sense. I didn't know the siblings, but luckily they had a context. You blink, intrigued, then glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? The grave digger must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not exactly being subtle. Because she shakes her head. I had siblings. 2 younger brothers. Both gone now. Oh. You should have known. Yeah, you should have known. He apologized to Gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas. No apologies, not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest had died while he's still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached the double digits. I was upset at the time, of course, and I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked world. That's something you learn in this trade. Digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I also dug graves for young babes still swaddling their claws. That's the nature of death. Comes for us all in the end. No matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. There's great equalizer. Damn, I never knew this fucking middle-aged man voiced lady would hit so hard in the line. Or so I heard. Making him sound like Arthur Morgan. Put a PNG of a cowboy hat. Hold on. Now to see if this is a fake PNG or a real PNG. Hold on, I'm doing something great. I have a vision. I have a dream. Do you see it? I see it. I see it. It looks pretty funny. Chill keeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess speech. She's not wrong. The inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It's too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. But just my father and me, that was fine. That's how I liked it. I was very happy enough our lives were in the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and we can't down on the finest of foods, but in the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special. You're gonna always felt it otherwise. I thought I was blessed. We knew the hardship of course and famine. That's the way his life is around here. When our food supplies were low, we helped one another out. I had my father. I also had the rest of the village. And we looked after one another. And one of these, things always worked out in the end. Well, at least they did. Until the plague happened. Yeah, she had mentioned the plague. And you have been wondering she was gonna go turn on that topic. You suppose the plague is the reason that the village you traversed was so very empty? You suppose, right? The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like a while ago, but maybe it wasn't that long ago after all. Feels like I've been in one of my own for centuries, but Yosa's eyes began to cloud over. She looks like she's been entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in many history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about plagues. He talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up in the streets and stacked up on wooden carts to come and take them away with no shortage of aplomb. He was a strange woman, your history professor. The plague came out very suddenly. There was no warning. One day it was fine, and then the next, they were all dead. With no small amount of anxiety that, it is with no small amount of anxiety that you eye the Gravedigger. When you ask worriedly, surely they could not have all died. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only I was exaggerating, but the truth is, honest to God, the people in the village died one after the other. It was just like that. I saw the plague that happened to my people firsthand. My father was one of those first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through was buried. Must have had it. Not like I know for certain. I was still guessing still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy. He complained about a horrible fever. There were many night sweats and stomach cramps. And then there were the boils. Boils?
Pustules. Size of eggs, and they were full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. Whole house was full of it. The stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to say she could be any use. It was good, no good. My father's too far gone already. She took one look at him, lying on a deathbed, and shook her head. She said you don't want to get any closer. I can't say I'm a blamer. Gas aside. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though it felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill, until I remember that after she left. Until a few days passed and she fell sick too. I felt bad for cursing her, but I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. And she'll let know, but the gravedigger closes her eyes. The gravedigger closes her eyes, as she seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, very slender, are shaken. She looks like she, though she might, at any moment, fall apart. It wasn't too long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had some symptoms. Had my father, clammy skin, and the fever and boils. The boils grew, and then they burst, and they died stinking in agony. My father died too, only 3 days he fell ill. But then even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None, my herbal salves, and any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of it a difference. All I did was stand out by his bedside telling him it'd be alright.
until his eyes sank to his skull like blunt stones and his mouth dried out. During the last day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He just didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He was laying in bed, eyes closed, groaning. I never wished any ill on my father before. By those moments, Gravedigger squeezes her hands, which resting upon her black-clad lap into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with an awful emotion, she says, I wish he just died. Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had any overtly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. Nah, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaken. She'll not cry, will she? You hope not? Wow, you're so in touch with your emotional side there, protag. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of effort, even if it's a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say very softly that you are sorry. Damn, Canadian behavior, eh? I can't get over the fact that I put a cowboy hat. It's not much, but that's all you can think of saying. You had a thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that this is very much not the case. Your suffering has far outstripped your own. Wow, like it was a contest. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. Oh my god, the fact that I keep on saying this shit before it happens. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger does not seem to mind it. She's very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you so, no matter how foolish it might be. Do you really deserve such kindness? No. No, you do not. Oh, again with my apologies. It's alright, like I said. You didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset, but I'm just recounting all that's happened and all. I do wonder, though, why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was gonna die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he already be satisfied his appetite and all the others. Or maybe he thought he'd leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else could tend to the dead? I was the only person left. At the end of it all, so I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now, under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On one hand, I'm happy for them. They're able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about the people I've lost, though, the gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwoman whom me scrubbed the mud and dirt from my clothes. Aha! So this village did have a fair washerwoman after all. It would seem that your earlier instance upon this particular point was not without merit. A handsome young farhand who used to flirt with me. And the priest who approached the church. The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and children who had skipped stones in the lake to play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine once Finisher's dressed with tears. She does not let them fall, because she's being very brave, much more than you are. Anxiously, you extend a hand towards her, meaning to, what? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head? That would be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture. And that would be the last thing you want. You know that's a lie! You know that's a lie and you know it! You female pervert! I know you want to touch that woman, you pervert. Rah. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. Or stay hydrated, folks. In the end, you let your arm drop back down to your side. Your hand rests on your lap, useful as damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you heard her plight and that you care. You do not know that this something should be whoever. No words could ever console the gravedigger, or they would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved. And so after a pause, just long enough for it to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh no, the gravedigger replies, wisping away a few stray tears at the back of her arm. It's alright. I've grown used to it, really. Been on my own, I mean, it ain't so bad, really. Now I'm not alone now, at least. I met you. You're keeping me company, won't you? Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample the poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well how yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. That's wonderful. I don't know what traveler who passing through. I can offer you some bread and board until you need. I have some food enough, a spare bedroom, and I can make it up for you right now. Must be tired after your long journey. Give me a moment. Gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please and frown. The girl's home is small, a humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. The skill called spare bedroom in all likelihood is the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. Oh, we're gonna die to plague, aren't we? You do not think that you would make very much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but whatever choice do you have? You're tired, wretchedly so. Why? That's all you can do, keep your eyes open. While you're running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no fun beyond the finding of some safe sanctuary which you could recuperate. Now you found it, said sanctuary. Might as reasonable to find faults within it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in this world to bless. You rise and follow the gravedigger once she's finished preparations. Her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it to be. Now there's just a floating cowboy hat. Hey. Yeehaw. Look at me. I got a cowboy hat on now. Well, at least there's a bed, which comes some relief. The rest of the lodgings are so humble you're half expecting a straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among hay like an animal. The sheets in the bed are clean, too. The fact you discern with a cursory glance. So, you will not be expected to sleep upon sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man, after all. This is really your lucky day. Oh, okay. It's not my hat anymore. There you go. There you go, lady. Your hat's back. I've got this too, Gravedigger says, somewhat shyly, as she hands you a folded gown. Sleep in them. I thought they might come in handy. Your clothes are, a little shabby. She could say that again. Your skirt's covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged. This nightgown is one of my old ones. It's suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it feel right. It's clean if nothing else. You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness comes over you, and you yawn at the fact that the gravedigger does not fail to notice. Oh, begging your pardon. I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, no, don't hesitate to ask, and I'll be happy to help. Alright, moving that hat. There you The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge and hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired as you are, though, you find yourself rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smile, you almost forget all of the hardships you hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgers feel unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, and then unclothe yourself. Ah, yes, I am laid bare. You work quickly as you are able to... you work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes more time than you would think to complete this endeavor, but soon you have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. Man, this is like me trying to read Shakespeare. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child. Then you pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warning was apt, though. It's quite warm, but it fits well enough. More comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It's with a sigh you extinguish the weekly flickering candlelight, which burns by your bedside, and another sigh as you lay your head down on the pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you'll be able to sleep at all. You could recall your previous dash through the forest with such vivid detail, your heart's still pounding. That fear is yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your otherworldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut, and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It's not long until you're spiraling through the dark, deep abyss, lost in the Morphous Kingdom. But your sleep, despite your worried state, is not restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has been overreactive, even at the conservatoire. You are frequently beset by dreams of most vivid nature. The dreams that you had this night, having lain beneath unfamiliar sheets and upon a familiar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you're back at the conservatoire, the place where this adventure of yours began. You are wearing a crisp white blouse you had once discarded, and your gray, unremarkable shirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You've tried to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate that they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you. Until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there was no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates have devised. But this was little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on as the day grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As time passed, you began to fret as to state on your own corporeality. I don't know. Can anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for a BE class, beneath the shade cast by a dark old tree. A makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone upon which your classmates had hewn a name. Your name. Wow, I don't even get to know the name. You knew at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of an ancient tree, that this is the reason behind your classmates' silence. This is why they had for many months been ignoring you so audaciously. They had buried you.
In their hearts, you had already died. Eerie dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you anticipated. You wake the following morning to sweet chirping of bird song. You feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, a hot cup of tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your night clothes, your hair loose, and your feet bare. The grave digger turns to you. Ah, there you are. Here's your hat back. Ha ha ha. Haha, hat. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and under your eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in a matter of one, only accustomed to solving problems and not complaining about them. Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink. Maybe you need something to eat too? Let me get started on breakfast. That's exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite a simple affair, nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a little bit too strong. But the food is all the same. And you do not complain. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in turn. A sunny smile, like a field of blooming bellflowers. When is she gonna kill me? I'm waiting for death. Am I gonna die to plague? Am I gonna die to a shovel over the head? Am I gonna die to a pillow smothering? Am I gonna get choked to death by thighs? Oh, I do so with. But otherwise, it's like, damn, when is this person gonna kill me? It is no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything. She says with words such as symbolize your relationship. I know it's gonna happen. I'm waiting for it to happen. You stay with the gravedigger for many more days, and limited through her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied. For a fact for which you're grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you. The sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. And when you sleep, you're assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you wake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth gaping open like a paroxysm of terror. You try to tell yourself otherwise. You're still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so. Though, particularly when you are sleeping on the floor, keep an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You tend to the most domestic of chores, while the gravedigger conserves herself with the work she does best. That is, digging graves. Her dogged or dodged, who knows, persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you. So much so that you cannot help but posted a question on her one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. You ask her, perhaps a touch insensibly, why do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You've always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it. What's the point in it, huh? The gravedigger ponders, holding a shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky. Her temperament is so very placid. I suppose I don't see any point to it, really, the gravedigger eventually says with a small smile. I don't have any practical purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did, and he showed me how to do it, so I could continue his legacy. My father always wanted to keep our family tradition going. And I suppose that's why I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. That's all, that's it? Okay. You think you can understand that? Although your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nestled amongst them. She's not digging graves for any sense and purpose. She does it instead out of sentiment. Besides, I have nothing to do, keep myself busy, don't I?
If I spent my days idling on my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of braying of a horse. Whatever that means. You are ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with guilt of it. We cannot all be well-brung. We could all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, and the laughter of the gravedigger echoes through the gray, gloomy sky, is strangely desperate. Oh, it's the sound they make. Well, I find it very fitting now that I placed the cowboy hat on top of the person here. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural. The rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to turn her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger and set out to do some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task that should not take particularly long. Cowboy Sky! And the preparing of meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It's not until much later, however, once the sky is already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there is dirt caked beneath her fingernails. Faint yeehaw in the distance. The ghost of Texan past. Oh god. The ghost of Texas is past. The ghosts of the Alamo. The gravedigger moves for her cloak, which she hangs by the door, and then looks at a pot you suspended over the fire. A fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, of garlic and onions, oh yeah, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen with a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly bright, clean, and white. Ah, thank you so much, dear one. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now let me give it a taste. The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup and brings it to her lips. Damn, really, just raw dogging the fucking burning of one's mouth. She blows upon it. She places a spoon into her mouth with a wooden utensil and clacking against her teeth. You observe this touch with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food you prepared for her? You have cooked for her before in the past, but she's always complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You had never had time to concern yourself with really growing up. Relative comfort you did. You think to enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than did any privileges of your past life. At least now with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend and a staunch ally. When you're with her, you are not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger explains after drawing the spoon from her lips with a bright smile, a guileless one. It's delicious. Your face flushes at this compliment. You're accustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that query. If she truly means that a query, which makes the gravedigger smile. Of course, I mean it. You're becoming quite good at cooking, really. That's a relief. You're not very good at cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw the sullied soup out. The gravedigger lives a humbled existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups during your stay have been seasoned with a slightest hint of iron. Sacrifice my blood for the soup. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I'll some bread too. That we can eat it with. But, oh, I should brew some tea, too. Let me. Ah, yes, the tea! You know that you are forgetting something. You're so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves her request aside. No, it's alright. You made dinner, I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you do not mind. You enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. You know, this is the one route so far. I don't know about the third route, but Mike, the character, is not self-deprecating. And the narrator isn't talking shit. You work alongside the gravedigger and to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess' own 2 hands. You sit together at the table and partake of this simple fare after saying grace. The soup is really quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. Meanwhile, the tea is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. Would you like to sit the graveyard for a little longer and tell stories, as you sometimes did in the past, or play cards? The nights are long, and there's no other way to pass them than spend time with her. Games of old maid, alas, will have to wait. You are too tired for it. You don't know. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your fucking wow with the words here, you feel utterly fatigued. You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response. That's alright. You needn't to stay up with me if you ain't up to it. You should be off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. Oh, does everybody sound like a Midwestern groomer? You do not think you're particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is, a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? Okay, never mind. This is a particular self-deprecation I was just rebutting. She is far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for your understanding and then raise it from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs and change out clothes. You only just slip into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles on your door, light and obtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It's the Spanish Inquisition! They're here for me! No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. It's a gravedigger. Come to check up on you. I know, right? What have I done wrong, comrade? I've only wanted to do a little bit of capitalism. I'm sorry, the gravedigger. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, and her voice is soft. You rushed to your room soon after even I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I take a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright. The gravedigger's trying to keep her voice steady, but you could hear her wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. You'd feel horribly guilty if you upset her, and inadvertently given all that she's done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room. Therefore, without delay, an invitation she hastens to take. Yeehaw! The door swings inward with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black. Her clothes are stark contrast to your pure white, off-white nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in a bed with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. This is a relief, you wonder? Playing about her face. But why? What was he expecting to see exactly before entering your bedchamber? Oh no, she's a pervert too. Why is everybody a pervert? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel?
not too terrible, you reassure her. There's no particular problems with your health, you just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. That would be nothing out of the norm. You're always pale. Heh. True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink? Or maybe a hot brick? A brick. It's a fucking brick upon thee. It should keep you warm. You appreciate the hostess' thoughtfulness, but you reassure her this won't be necessary. You will be fine. I hope so. I thought about my father, too, before, The gravedigger begins, but her voice trails off. She has not finished the thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar as recounted during the Great Plague, which had once beset your own country, and you shudder. If you don't want anything, I'll be on my way, Gravedigger says. But before that... Before what? It's just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? Man, I feel so weird saying that line. I feel so creepy. Oh. I just read that aloud without thinking. Your hair? That's right. It's a pretty shade of red, I thought. Well. It's really just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me. Not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax. I'm feeling under the weather. I heard it was supposed to be soothing. Oh, I feel like a creepy old man when I narrate this character. Oh. I feel like a creepy old man all the time. It's like when I'm narrating the whatever love interest on the screen here. I know I'm a creepy old man. Apparently I am. Like an ugly bastard phantom right here. Oh, I need to let my voice rest. I've been narrating for like 4 hours now. Yeah, that is what the gravedigger... Yeah, the dialogue is pretty weird. I mean, I guess there's nothing really odd about the wanting to brush the hair. But, like, when I narrate it, it's, like, under a different context. Especially since this character here looks like, or, like, I'm making it sound like an old man. Arthur Morgan brushes your hair, ASMR. just in time for Valentine's Day. Oh, your hair is so pretty there, stranger. Yeah, I think it is the way it's phrased. It is creepy. Everything. So creepy. So very creepy. Oh, it doesn't help that. No, it's also just like the context of it, like being a male voice. It's like it's creepier when it's from a man, I believe, right? At least that's how I feel it mentally. Just like you known this person for a week, and now it's like, can you do me a favor? Can you let me brush your hair? I heard it's helped soothe people, you know. And then it makes my skin crawl, dude. Oh well. Cracker for good luck. And we continue on. That is what the gravedigger says. But you have a distinct feeling that she is looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfish, perhaps, as she would like you to think. But she has been very good to you, so... and has done so much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her small self-indulgence. You would rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you are certain you made the right choice. Your hostess' face lights up immediately in a manner which makes you blush. Ah, thank you, it'd be my honor. Now let me fetch my brush.
gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry and returns soon thereafter holding in her right hand the promised brush. The artifact is acquired, and the gravedigger settles upon your bed by your side. She looks at you, her hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds into the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It's soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you? You wonder, when you were a little girl? It's so weird referring to the main character as a little girl, because I am the main character, and I ain't no little, and I ain't no girl. I ain't no little boy, you see. If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled in the conservatoire. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. Soft as like silk. Not all like mine. Mine is so coarse. Oh, I feel so creepy, dude. Eek. Oh, please never clip that. Please never clip it. I don't want to hear myself talk like that ever again. This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscence. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when she speaks, is dreamy. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this, for me, back when she was still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though. It was funny, I think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses. That you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there's something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which won't, to summon forth such images. I would not know, personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all. Oh, is that the narrator talking? That's funny. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much. The gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. Ah! Get away from my neck! Jeez. My mother used to complain that I squirted him too much. I can remember that. I don't want to know! Stranger danger, get away from my neck. Why does she have to be so close to brush your hair? She's sniffing me. If she's close enough to breathe on my neck, she's close enough to sniff me. Stop sniffing. Girlie, get out of there. This woman's a pervert. She always told me to sit still, though it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force. Now, this is curious. Sounds like as though reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond at all. Did she not get along well with her mother? I can't rightly say, the gravedigger replies in some somber sort of voice. I was young, like I said. When she died, I don't really remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and cleaning and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough despite that. To brush your hair? She did, and what she felt like she had to make me look presentable. Not really that it worked. They're not like any girly girls in the village, you see, who like to sit indoors with their mothers and so. I always like the outdoors. Oh my god, it's a tomboy. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled. Not that you could see it with your back facing her. My mother said I wasn't very, maidenly. She didn't like that. I always trapezed around outside or after my father, watching as we dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. The gravedigger snorts.
I used to be get a bit muddy, yeah, and maybe I did get burns in my clothes and knots in my hair, but that shouldn't matter. It's not like I had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped a lot of hopes. My mother had high hopes for living. I think she might resented my father, maybe for working such a menial job. Our profession is an honest one, but never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses, and oh, I don't know. She had ideas, her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. Match up to what? God, this is so sad. So much trauma dumping. It doesn't help that she's got a cowboy hat on her head. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother, and you never will either. Her cold, inert body has been laying in that graveyard beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether or not your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have the intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that of course your father loved you really. If he loved you, then why would he send you away from home? Oh god, now the main character's spiraling. Why did he never send you any letters? You know, he worried more about his yeah, I know, everybody's spiraling. But that seems like a poor excuse to pretend that his father did not exist. I know, right? It's like, just, jeez. Wow. Everybody's depressed and or horny. There's like no in between. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was. But she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was normally an adult, she was cleaved before your father's judgment. You'd think that she was afraid of him. Damn, this is really sad. Damn, I'm like kind of depressed. This is kind of depressing. Oh well, doesn't stop me from drinking my tea. I know, right? You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, that she must have done else, man. Else she would not give birth to her. Dude, that's depressing. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Damn! I didn't know this damn visual novel would be so sad. Well, the gravedigger says after a pause, I'm not the only one, I guess it happens to all of us. You guess so. Parents are only people after all. Well, fucking god. Well, what would hope would parents be all kind of attentive? They all could do fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into the world does not mean they were able to take care of it properly. Damn. Damn, the narrator's hard, like, damn. Damn, that's all I can do. All I can say is damn. Not all parents are responsible. Just, oh man. Oh, I don't want to narrate this anymore. It's yeah, no shit. Yeesh. Oh well. It's alright. My mother never liked me. Or even if she never loved me, I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me no matter what. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces. Elias until he wasn't. I know, right? I mean, I'm not crying, but it's like, damn, this is like actually sad. He died, and I didn't do a thing to help him. Your companion's shoulder is beginning to shake. Damn! You cannot, jeez, you cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off in waves. It is all consuming like the waters of a deep dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, Not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush which has been hovering in the air inert from her fingers. Then you let her know her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know. What have I can't help but think about him. I keep on racking my head over and over, trying to keep up with something. God, the cowboy hat does not help you. I can't take you seriously. I can't think of anything. And even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. Dead and buried. I buried him, and now I'm all alone. She might have been all alone. Hey, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't there. She isn't now. Not anymore. Oh man, how can she be when you are there? I know that. I know, and I'm grateful. I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? Are you not roused by me, gravedigger? Are you not roused by me being a fine-bred lady? How dare you? Be roused. You fucking posh cunt. Be roused. I demand thee. You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father was lucked out for me, and I was a little girl, but when he needed me, I failed him. I failed everyone. Jeez, all the villagers, all my friends, all died. What would I do if I could do the same thing happen to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too. Not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to me on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared. Your companion's voice clutches in her throat. She collapses in on herself. She leans forwards, arms around her middle as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries and she cries and she cries. Stop crying. Stop it. Stop it, you. Just like a bap on the nose. Stop it. Stop it, you. Stop crying. You person. For a few moments, you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face streaked with silvery tears. She seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrows she has endured. Are shaking. Man, it's somewhat poorly written, but it's alright. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as a fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however. You cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what to say to console her, but you feel wary to think of sophonisms. I think that's how you pronounce it. Maybe, I hope. But there is something you can think of. You would not be typically so bold, but of course, you're tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind. That and Tears of the Gravedigger are awfully arresting. Be achievement in your arms. Be a good Samaritan. Oh my god, the goddamn hat! The hat stayed perfectly where it was. Oh my god. Oh, that hat is perfect. Oh, you open your arm. I know it was perfection. I'm so glad I got it. Before the gravedigger could pass a comment to pull you to your chest. Oh! A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of wintry snow as it rushes to the ground. Then there was nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to steal away inside their wooden coffins. She is all wide eyes and awkward, and pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You have never been in a situation like this before. You have never consoled any friends before because you have never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are far away from your old life as possible to be and the gravedigger, and does not curse you for your imprudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she just sits there like still as a statue, cradled in your arms. Oh, I'm so very sorry. To show you something so embarrassing. It's just I get so lonely sometimes. Until at long last, with a breathy sob, she bears the full weight of your body against yours. Your hands run against her sobbing companion's shoulder, and her back end gently as you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes as she sobs against your chest while wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you and that night, and they do not need to. Words are so irrelevant in the moment as tender as this, shared between two souls that they come to understand one another through mutual solitude. You slide beneath your sheets, still full exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. Wow, just fully there. What initiative? Yeah, come on. It would be a necessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but rest assured. You've already accepted the gravedigger after all? Every single inch of her. Wow, that is weird. That is a weird sentence. Who says that? Just go and can't imagine like going up to one of my better friends. It's like putting my hand on his shoulder, just like, I accept every inch of you, brother. Just walking up to your buddy. Could you imagine that, Pring? Could you just imagine going up to Ari and just going, I accept every single inch of you? Just like eyes wide. Oh, I gotta meet up with my younger brother and just do that to him. It's like, hey brother, long time no see. I just want to let you know that you are very special to me and I accept every single inch of you. Oh, that would make him so uncomfortable. I would die in laughter. Just perfect. I need to go do that. After this stream, I'm gonna go say hi to my brother and just make him uncomfortable with that line. Oh god, I need to make that a clip. I need to draw that. That's so very funny. You accepted her hospitality. You've accepted her food. Now you're accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets and draw your body to yours. The gravedigger has not changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she wakes come the following morning, her head resting against her chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There is no more concept of time between you, and no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there is only the warmth shared between you, and the wetness of the cheeks of the gravedigger. There is no sound, irregular, now and less intense than before, your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There is a gentle, tender moment stretched into the midst of sleep, dark night which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighted down with stones. They drop inexorably downwards, pulling you down like a drowning maiden into the dark. impenetrable abyss of slumber. Hey, at least it's a good type of drowning and not actual drowning. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger, like two cats in a blanket. What's up with cats? Cats are weird. You sleep, and you sleep, more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. Yeah, you're weird! You're a weirdo! You're one of them weird... Oh god, it's the breathing in my ear again! No, fucking get out of my ears! Get out of my ears! This is my punishment! My punishment for calling cats weird! No! Oh, it's still fucking in my ears! No, I don't deserve it! You deserve it! But when you wake, you find yourself no longer in the bed which should be slept on, surrounded by sheets. The gravedigger too is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you're quite alone, laying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but you gotta stop breathing in my ears. You stop breathing in my ears. You blink, but surrounded in the clear in the middle of the night. Perhaps you were roused from your... Yeah, I'm roused, all right. From your slumber, but desire to relieve yourself or to slake your thirst. Wow, you have a thirst? Your sleep... Okay, the breathing is stopped. Oh god, that was so uncomfortable. I feel like I would have rapidly clicked that if I wasn't committed to narrating everything. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest noises are enough to disturb you. It does not sound quite right, though you slept well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You tell me. You do not know much of anything. You could feel such a strange pinching sensation in your chest hover around your arms. It appeared as though somebody, who else could it be but the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That was a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however. At this strange, unnatural darkness, it is cold too. You're lying upon something hard, something like a stone slab. Good heavens, what is going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied. There is something heavy lying atop you, something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before, upon waking, but at discovery you feel... Oh yeah, no, she buried us alive. A sharp prong of fear pierces you. You try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations worse. You'd ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, though it is not... It's coming on thick and fast. You try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, and then they don't get very far. There's a wall above you, and walls on either side of you, but do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you push particularly hard, but your anxious state notwithstanding. You have never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You don't have much in the way of strength at all. Well, you feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager excursions, unsure of what you do. You hardly see a foot in front of your face. You don't know where you are, nor... I guess I should move the cowboy hat now. Realize that was just still there. Alright, there you go. Out of the way. Actually, no, it's going to block chat. Then it's going to go up there for now. Better yet. There we go. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down on you. One which initially you tried to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You are lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which can offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it. The irregular sound of drumming. It is as if somebody, though it must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingertips on the lid of your coffin. That, or it's raining. It is not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor it is falling rain. This is dirt.
The sound continues on, as though it is drilling away inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, and it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that already, didn't you? When you were running through that forest? You'd ought to known, silly thing. You cannot outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it would catch up with you. You're stubborn, though, and you did not want to accept this. Not to contently lie here as you cry out. You cry out for your not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl you've been living, and whom shared your precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Wow, we didn't even know the name. Surely this is not a matter of mistake. When she realizes that you are in fact entombed in this coffin, she's currently filling, for who else would be moving dirt above you? She will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She did not mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you, and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry out to her loudly as you feel your vocal cords might tear, all banging around the roofs of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it. Ah, so you're awake then, are you, dear one? Then, she says in a perplexed tone of voice, "Now, that is a pickle! I was hoping you'd be asleep for a couple hours more. So, as last time we could have spoke, we could have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm gonna feel bad." Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense. You are attuned to every single syllable, and each one of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? What does she mean? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep tremors from your voice as you do so. Perhaps you think, in your optimism, that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward your bravery and let you go. As if that was what you're hoping, though it is in vain. That's right, you really do catch on quick. So it would appear that she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though? Why would she do such a thing? You thought she was your friend. We are friends, Gravedigger says, her voice worryingly off-brand, worryingly empty. I am very fond of you. There's nobody much dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last... How long has it been? I don't remember. Neither do you. Well, this little detail slipped both your minds. It cannot be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you are really friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she gain to burying you? You don't understand. Wait, you don't understand. You understand her reply even less. Well, there's the thing. Gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying someone alive could ever be thought of a reasonable action. I've been digging graves for a long time, see? You cannot see, it's too dark. You could affirm that all you can do is, but you could affirm that you do all the same. I'll dig in all these graves, and I got nobody put in them. Not for ages. Oh, rather sad. You think, or this train of logic, twisted though as it is, might be going so you don't interrupt her. You know no good would come with it. All you can do for the present is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd ever find another person to bury in this godforsaken village. Not after the plague messing everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now I got someone I can bury. I'm not gonna let the opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I'll bury my mother, and I'll bury my father, and I buried all my friends. Now I'm gonna bury you too. Sound logic in a sense,
But as a daughter of a gravedigger, digging graves is her job. But something about it is rankle you? Rankles. Rankles is a term, apparently. Wow. If only you could put a finger on it. Ah, yes. There's a bit of flaw of the reasoning, is there not? You're not dead after all. You may not be dead now, Gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity, but you will be given enough time. I mean, everybody else I've ever known died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next? It seems more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought out plan to bury you. Her coffin's not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, trapped within it for long enough, you will run out of oxygen and you will suffocate. What's up with suffocating? This is the second time I died to running out of oxygen. First is drowning, and this is suffocating. That or you'll starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow and painful one. You are unsure of which death would be worse, given how precious your situation is. You do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she's still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You're trying to sound convincing as your distorted nerves will allow, and the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, she says. But I know I can't. But how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were gonna travel and you never stay put in one place for too long. You'd sick of me before long, then you'd leave me. This way, at least I can be, assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury you like this, if I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I can even take care of you, put you in a nice spot, close to my home. So you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You not say this forever. You cannot say much of anything because panic has begun to set in. It's choking you, stopping up your throat as you can only cry. You scream, you beg and plead, but does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She's already buried her little brothers. She's even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying... Huh. Well, you see, we're getting buried alive. Yeah. Yeah, by the gravedigger. You know, I never figured we'd get buried alive. I'd figured it'd be poison or directly from that shovel. What's up with the, love interest killing us slowly through suffocation or drowning? You think that she's gonna kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you'll never be able to find any common ground. I know, right? You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She's beyond listening. Shush, dear one. Gravedigger says very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night. When she confided in you, all of her fears. You won't be so bad, really. Nothing will hurt you down there. It's just going to sleep. It's just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest now, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. Plant flowers on your grave, and you'd like that, wouldn't you? This way, we can always be together. And I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil on top of the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms and your legs and your head, conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of dirt and scrapings of a shovel. You and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse. But your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid with all your on this lid of the coffin with all your strength, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You're in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there screaming and banging your fists on the rim of your coffin over and over as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You're all alone, trapped in this narrow wooden box.
which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. The smell of soil backs to your nostrils, and then when you inhale, it is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. Please stop breathing. You're making me uncomfortable. You can taste the eventual inevitable decay of your own body. You'll remain here trapped forever, underground, forever and ever. Or, to use a less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own soul suffocation. This isn't a very pleasant way to go. But you'll forgive me, my sympathy is limited. How? Upon myself? Oh my god. Third time's a charm. There's only one more path to take. Final run. Here we go. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles. Once they're beleaguered, put in heroines, finally to wed the handsome prince they always dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which very well might be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? It is far better to skip the suffering and head straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you'll uncover during your moonlit meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are just the beginning. I hope only you've brushed up on your curtsies, and they might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the requisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path up to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs. Yep. Oh, I've narrated something along the lines of this a lot. Oh, soles of your feet are screaming. You need to lie down, and the only hope you continue is to run and start roaming free in the castle. You don't know exactly what will await for you, but you have visions as you run of a fast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely fashioned rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There might be a king or queen in the castle. You ponder who will be kind and wise, and what of their children? What of a princess? A very good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can only imagine the face of a generous prince with ease. Thanks to fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child, princess will be fair of hair and blue eye, with soft pink lips and bruised like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, and her hands will be dainty and sullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan, whatever that is. She'll be kind to you, compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though no younger sisters, for that matter. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however. Despite your tendency to daydream, you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from ferocious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for peasantry. There was not a very famous queen who once said with a cavalier wave of her hand that hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake as if bread was not an option. If you think that is a misquote, you think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Although royals are supposed to grant their subjects a succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. Hi, hello, and welcome, Hannah. I was just finishing up my excerpt. It gets so lonely here. I've died twice, both to relative forms of suffocation and drowning. I laughed really hard when
one of the previous characters said something along the lines of accepting every inch of a person. And that's how I'm gonna greet my brother. Oh, really? What's that character like? So I may look them up and appraise their quality. Oh yeah, I've been at this for a good long while. I know, right? It's Valentine's Day tomorrow. I'm so excited because that means I get to do basically nothing. Again. Woe is me. Yeah, lie for hours and hours by myself, all alone. No, I would rather say not, but yeah, when you said right now the part for inches, I think it was. Yeah, I'm just done with that part. I finished up the grave diggers story when I went to the village, and now I'm on to the castle. Cause so the first I did the mermaid, the grave diggers done, and now on to the castle route. Yeah. Spin the wheel. Yeah, it is another. Yeah, this is. I mean, it isn't as eroge as you thought. Like I mean, it's not bad. It's definitely TOS, which I'm glad for. I haven't been jump scared with any nudity or Twitch TOS stuff. Yeah, I know. Here's hoping. But I have been narrating this for quite a while, so I think after I'm done this game, I am definitely going to take a good long break. It's horror as well. Yeah, I wouldn't call it horror, unless you're very uncomfortable with the fact of drowning and suffocating. But it's nice. It's alright. I'm also expecting to die. Oh yeah. Alright. Let us continue with the story before I lose my mind. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mystical princess of your imagination will help you. Yeah, I don't mind horror since I played the OG Resident Evil and Silent Hill games in dark room in the night. You're much braver than I am. But I've tried to play the VR version of Biohazard, and I couldn't get through it. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Oh, yeah. Especially since I'm not well versed in horror games. I always watch them, but I can never play them. Still, you must try. It is with this hope which keeps you going. Oh, Biohazard? People are not happy with Biohazard, eh? Yeah, I played it, and man, folks were not happy. You continue to run to the castle. It takes you some time before you can finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. Oh yeah. I remember when you tried to play through Soma. I kept on cheering you on. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could definitely say the horror was like maxed out. I'm thinking of starting up every Friday. It doesn't seem like too much of a labor for me. I just gotta find games to play and ways to advertise it, right? Cause I did plan this out a week in advance with what I was going to do. And since I just doodled myself up a quick like Instagram reel just to advertise it, then like procrastinated on that dreadfully. Whoops, left click. Oh, I haven't saved yet. Okay, why don't we just go ahead and save? Oop. Yeah, pretty nice, and I totally get that. I mean, most people are pretty busy these days. I'm a mod for 26 people. It's rare for a lot of people to say I have this schedule these days, then don't. 4 hours in. Also, that would be the reason I type fast. I mean, typing is a good skill. I'm thinking of playing like one of those like typing games where you have to type words to kill enemies. I got one called Bolt Gun Words of Vengeance. I know, I'm going for the long haul. Usually when I stream, I do stream pretty long because I allot myself that time, right? But yeah, I gotta see what other games, because I definitely have more visual novels. I have The Non-Existence of You and Me. If I open up my Steam. For visual novels, just play more Baldur's Gate. That'll get nothing done. Oh, I already played through Sucker for Love. All of that. 3 to 4 times in 5 to 6 hours. Unfortunately for me, I haven't gotten that like habit or consistently up yet. Print's pretty good for it though. Print is good. I like watching Print. Or Neko Flowers in the chat here. Patron deity. Personally, I only got like the Resident Biohazard. Resident Evil Biohazard for the PSVR, mainly because it just came with it. I'm not like too personally a fan of the game for Resident Evil Biohazard. No, not like I'm not a fan of the Resident Evil series. I like watching it. I like looking at the lore, but I'm not too much of a fan of the games. We also have some of the few more from this artist. I mean, I don't mind playing it, I just gotta get it when it's on sale. Because maybe when I actually dedicate time to it. Okay, I don't think I'll actually play that game because there's a lot of women very scantily dressed. Because I got a bundle deal on The Non-Existence of You and Me as a visual novel. That one looks good. I like the art. And there's a few more visual novels from the person who made the game I'm currently playing. Those ones are free. Yeah, I definitely find it very easy for me to commentate visual novel games, because when you play shooters or other things like just like high intensity games, you need to be like focused in. Otherwise, you're prone to getting skill diffed. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's continue this game before I get too lost in my own nappings and rambling. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but you finally do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Yeah, I've already heard that 3 times. The forest is behind you now. At least the awful nightmares which dealt within it. It is still cold and foggy and, well, very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though it hangs above your head. Round pearl orb. Okay, they just reuse these a lot. That's why I mentioned Fate's Stay Night. That is no, sorry, burped. That started as an eroge, but turned into $1 million company. I mean, hey, sometimes the gooning can lead to greater things. I'm pretty sure there's multiple artists that were failed eroge and turned into more successful regular mangakas. The stone
edifice, building is imposing. It drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not at all dark, though it's not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within the narrow slitted windows. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, no, like... God, I can't believe I remember watching Fate as a child. Like, I remember watching Fate Stay Night and then getting to that one scene with all the bugs and that one purple-haired lady, I think. It would appear that somebody is home. Yeah, I felt like that girl was more of a punchline than a character. A very dark punchline, but, you know, a punchline nonetheless. The king and queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps, more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect as you stand here, armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of the king and queen as so-and-so. You not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? A lot of yeah, I'm pretty sure most of the fans only played like that one gacha game. Back to the story. Begone with you! You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one. Or rather, they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though with your dirty face and dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But, though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. The game is this game. Yeah, I remember that. I remember saying that a lot in the beginning. It's like, yay, Yuri! I play this game for Yuri. Where's my Yuri? Way! I'm pretty sure I'll post a VOD. I'm hoping the VOD's entertaining. Because that means I did my job and I'm getting better. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on the inside. My lights might be on inside. Sometimes this game is a little bit weird with its wording. There was a sentence with 2 R's in it, like A-R-E, A-R-E. As well as a lot of commas. There's nobody outside of this perimeter standing sentry. There's nobody to impede your entry, and this elaborate iron gates, which are set into vast stone walls about the castle exterior, are wide open, just a crack. It would be a trivium matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, silly thing? You have come so very far, it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go! Yeah, fuck you, narrator. Get off my ass. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has, at long last, begun to fail you. And you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates as stealthily and as secretive as a thief. Then, cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself is hewn from stone. It is closed. Wait, did I read that right? The domed doorway which leads into the... yeah. Hewn from stone is closed, but at the slight push of your palm, it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens. The loud sound is enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. Could have just said here and there in English. If there are any guards posted at the castle grounds, they should have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What would happen if they were to catch you? Will they throw you into the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. At least you would have a roof over your head.
though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an interminable whatever amount of time, your heart pounding into a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You're thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder. Where is everybody? Why is this at most the people of the world has disappeared? Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, you press the palm back against the door. You push cautiously, this time heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There is no point in worrying about the guards when they might, well, not be very well non-existent. Your entry to the castle has been secured. Then you take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you as the reluctant slam makes you jump. You do not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs. With wild eyes you glance about. There are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone which splits off into a number of passages. At the end of the hall, meanwhile, there's a large elaborate staircase. One which seems to extend into the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear a faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that's the case, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing an empty hall in a timorous voice, which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello, you say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but it is met again with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. Yeah, it's been a while, but I still have not seen the characters. I find that pretty funny, yeah. Well, this seems to be like most of it for the entrance section. For as much as I love the descriptions, it does put a little bit strain on my voice. But then again, I have been doing this for like an hour and 30 minutes. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could it be they're in another room? Yeah, that must be it. Yeah. No, but it's like for the total time I have been streaming. Ooh. Oh, I guess I should actually write that out. I probably should go take care of that after stream, actually. I should look up a tutorial. Because I am decently new to this whole streaming thing as a whole, actually. I have been basically on and off for, well, mainly off. The off part is what I've been doing for, like, the better part of, like, 4 months now. And it's like, well, I planned on doing streaming as something. Yeah. Considering that, well, this bucket has become pretty iconic in the communities I am associated with, so nothing wrong with making myself blow up on the internet. All the people who I mod told me that before going silent. Damn. Well, to be fair, I did get 1 or 2 people into my stream just like, naturally, actually. The most shocking part to me is that people actually do pop into my streams once or twice, and I even got a follower in just a little bit. Yeah, life really does get in the way, because before I was doing like work that really took the life out of me. Just like majority of the day was just going through, doing mechanics, fixing cars for like 12, 11 hours the day. Yeah, and that's what I'm counting on, is just progressing slowly, naturally, looking at my calendar, and more importantly, posting more on Instagram. And I guess updating my channel, considering that I don't have any panels or anything. Yeah, also I've seen people from going from 7 followers to 89 affiliated. I don't need any mods at the current moment. I'm not like personally looking for any. It's mainly just gonna be like on the side thing for a little bit until I can get into the swing of things. Anyway, back to the novel. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess from your imagination if you stand so idle, you know. It's time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms, first on the ground floor of the castle, which are similar scale to impressive entrance halls, largely and richly furnished but utterly unoccupied. Yeah, and not that so. I guess I guess I can work to see if a link, but yeah, I like to see those characters. Yeah, eventually we'll see the third character. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save a few ghosts of aeons past, memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster enough courage to ascend to the second floor. I know, right? This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seamlessly endless series of hallways until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you could see flickering light. Regular, yes, but light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? I'm alright for mods. I don't need any at the current moment. Especially if it's like paid. If I need a mod, I'll just ask one of my close friends to do it for me. At least for the time being. Considering I don't have like a community Discord or anything else right now to really manage. But I always appreciate follows. Oh yeah, well not a mod for making the panels. Well, for the panels I can always make them myself since I do draw for myself a lot. And there's always tutorials on the internet. And I don't really want to burden you that much with something that's me. And especially since you are modding for 26 other people, so I don't want to take up too much of your time just guiding me through some stuff. I prefer to be self-reliant until things get too high above my chest to wade through. I would suggest, then, this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be waiting for you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. I pushed it. You step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp! The bedroom itself is gorgeous. its chamber is so luxuriant, if not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns of the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Oh, wow, the only other person in here. How are you gonna kill me this time? Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four poster is a girl who is sumptuous red gown, who seems to be a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face, and her head is bowed and gazed and directed downwards at her lap. But you can tell from her hair, however, and her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of the dress, she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, and just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. Just out of the blue, a doll. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion. Although this companion is not so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair is that like her mistress, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cups glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. Bah. If the girl is of similar age to you, it seems strange that she would be content playing her by herself with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home. You decide. At a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, and perhaps, maybe, even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you're not in much more time to stand there marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head, then her eyes meets yours. You thought the girl pretty, then first observed her sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she is looking at you. However, her face is illuminated by the flames in their gate. You can see that you are mistaken. She is not just pretty, she is beautiful. Oh man, all the women in this game are beautiful, according to the narrator. So beautiful, so much as breathtaking. Well, luckily, there's no ocean around to drown in this time. Or dirt to be buried in. So I wonder how I'm gonna suffocate this time. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, walking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of these things. The doll in her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful that she even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? Oh, way to call me out. You are rather hopeless when it comes to them. Even worse than a knight-errant courtly legend. Oh. Forgive me, I need to let my voice rest. Ugh. Good drink of water. Damn. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it's not every day that a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red and illuminated by firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, but as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Man, I don't know what type of voice to give this lady. I don't know if I know she's posh, probably. But I was like, damn, what other voice can I do? What was I? Maybe I'll make her sound like Mario. Oh, the girl says in a voice that, surprisingly enough, is far less refined than her appearance. Oh my god, okay, I have to now think of a voice that fits that. Or maybe I'll just use some other one.
It is good to see you. I've been waiting.
Has she? That's news to me. You blink perplexed as a response of the tip of the tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. This girl is setting her doll aside, then stands. And then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you and her. Her room is also very large. There's quite a lot of space. Then takes her hands in her own. You must, the girl says with her eyes aglow in excitement, be my new lady's maid. Well, it's been a while, but it's a relief you have finally arrived. I knew you would. You would never leave me alone. Not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You ever been a maid before, so you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, if she's always as kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, with her fingers siding away from your own, or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? No. The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant. So much so, your heart clenches. You do not know her. She is still a stranger, but you are struck all of a sudden with intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. Wow, don't get performance anxiety now. The thought is devastating. You were not aware. You tell her that you had applied to be her maid, but if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though. And for your discombobulation, you come from a distant country and have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and do not know who she is. What? You do not know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though it is no fault of her own. Why you spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive then from another country, I see. I won't pry into your past then, but if you'd rather forget about it, I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all, or at least they should. Now, this is quite an impressive. Quite impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead she's merely trying to tell the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, let me do the honors. My father and mother are the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I have lived in this castle all my life, so I know much about the outside. I don't know much about the outside world.
But I know that there are other countries that do exist out there. I presume that if from one of these foreign countries that you have come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity.
The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it's your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through your remark when the full gravity of what this girl says sinks in. You come to a stop, and you stare. Did you just say she was a princess? Hello, princess! Oh, princess!
Oh, yes, that is right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be a queen. After I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So really...
So she really is a princess. That makes sense. Suppose she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you had entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. That's why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. Ugly red flush creeps up your face, a flush that is much more lurid than the princess's dress. As you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you were very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she could forgive you.
Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I really don't mind. Really, we all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. You nod your head in silent affirmation.
This isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You really aren't from this world at all.
How wonderful. I'll look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are the superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there was anything wrong with wanting a bit more adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in this house here I've been shut up in here for so long. I've hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't had any old lady maids in a while, or any other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared.
Now that's quite curious. How could a whole house full of servants simply disappear?
That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once, my lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and the large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then and again, they were never explaining anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. So tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in this castle's hierarchy? They would be, yes, but they're still, if they were still alive, if they're not, they died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You had known. That's all right. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having dolls to speak to, and they aren't the best conversational partners. So you can imagine, so yes.
You doubt any doll, even that one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle has been big and without any servants. It feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. Ah, she said it. She said the line. Interesting turn of phrase. You said it again. I'm going crazy, dude. I've been at this for 6 hours. I'm running myself mad. Oh. You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiosity, conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from their servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me, I'm yammering again. It's a bad habit, I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. So, would you like to show me, to your room? Yes, the princess announces before you can really say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here. I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. The princess hastens to take a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not know all the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereat she offers you some victuals. Once the growling of your belly has been satisfied, the princess resumes her journey. She leads you down the dark-twisting alleyway and up the series of equally dark-twisting steps until she arrives at long last before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you to enter entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, but is resplendent for poster and richly patterned wallpaper. This room ceiling is not that high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow, but the walls are unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. And there's a odorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of general disuse and general decay. You have a feeling that nobody stepped in this room for quite some time. You might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though, as if the princess's tour of the castle's taught you anything, it is that this cold very room is it is cold in every room inside her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop of the room tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it is to your liking. This princess, despite her exalted status, looks uneasy as she observes you. Her eyes upturned like that of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps that she is afraid that you'll turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she's awfully eager to please. This is unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her integrating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scantily, yes, but when it comes to contents, it's more than passable. It has a roof, 4 walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you'll feel warmer once you slip underneath the bed sheets. Once the room is the room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share with anybody else. Yay! There's only one bed in this room, and it is the bed, and this bed does belong to you. You think that peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That is good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. And I know this isn't much to look at, but it is certainly one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof, in this teeny tiny room which is all cramped.
There's 10 beds up there, so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it, and last time I went up there, I was not supposed to go up there. It was a rainy day, I couldn't go outdoors, so I did a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I was been skulking around, I don't think she would have been the best of pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though in the attic with all those empty beds, I don't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid, and that means you deserve good lodgings. It is an insult to offer you any less than this. And now, it is getting late, and you have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do, and it's a bad habit. One that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper warned me enough times.
You reassure the princess, then the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much, it's better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You are always scolded too back in the conservatoire for your behavior. You know how full well how aggravating it is to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, just for being yourself.
Well, I'm glad you understand. The princess answers with a giggle. I really shouldn't be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest and we can talk more tomorrow. If you don't mind my sleeveless prattle, I'm glad to see you appreciate it at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did.
The princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon your new bed. You cannot help but think this is all happening very quickly. It did not seem like long ago you're still in the forest, running for your life amidst the tall imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be more a distant memory now. You are indoors, in a castle no less, and you might have been given a room in which you were to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand, on legs that feel too weary to support you, and change in some nightclothes hanging in the wardrobe. The nightclothes do not fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care about that. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the beds and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale, and that's the nighttime, and lulled by a breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You're so very tired. Your sleep is a deep dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Oh boy. Oh, 6 hours of pure narration. I'm tanking, I'm trucking along. Oh boy. I just stretched. Ooh, boy. How you doing, Pren? I've just kind of been blabbling on. I haven't looked at chat in a good bit. Yay. That is good. I'm gunning it to the end of this chapter, dude. I wouldn't say tired. I'm enjoying reading aloud. But it is definitely taking some type of toll that I don't think I can feel yet. Though in this case, I'd rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They're not dreams. They are to which your slumbering mind is subjected. You know that they are not, otherwise your body would not be so very cold and not so clammy. The images flicker beneath your closed eyelids like ghostly images in a whatever, kaleidoscope. They were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You're not merely dreaming, you're remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they had hastened to use the shower first so you'd last for breakfast. You remember how, when they finally did arrive to the dining bell, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled too to find a seat. Once you finally did get your hands on some food, nobody ever wanted to sit with you. All the other girls acted as if you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors. Mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too. Many of them were wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of princesses, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out, the least in your class. Perhaps you were one of the smallest, frailest, and sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though. When they remembered that you existed, of course. When it was your lot in life, you dwelt in the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come evenings, the girls from in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons, ironing out creases, and wrinkles in your uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. Laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Once during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least pretended to, and before you knew it, you had silver blades of these scissors embedded in your left palm. Holy shit. This happened for quite some time ago, but you were littler than you are now, but you still remember it. It hurt a lot. Well, no fucking shit. Not like... Damn. These girls in the conservatoire are brutal. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin. Not at all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled a bright red like strawberry jam, and all over your embroidery. And then when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as whey, and she looked, for a few moments, as though she might faint. Though, you were the one in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, and then demanded to know why you could not have been more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you stabbed yourself in the hand with the scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your precursors hurt more. They were never punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was your fault. The wound, and when it was all said and done, was not too deep. You didn't even need any stitches. It healed, well, in enough time on its own, though still left a scar, a white raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been so more serious, perhaps your professors might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, and they felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But it seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? You meant next to nothing. The more blood in your veins, if such a thing was possible, even more inconsequential. You feel assorted when you wake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. You don't remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were particularly pleasant nature.
If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. There you go. You are lying in a narrow bed, unremarkable room, with the dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in a conservatoire. Not unless it's shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events in Praia until the gasp clicks into place. You remember now. You're running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what you were trying to escape from. You presume that you were trying to You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though because you're still in peace, awake and alert enough to face the dawn of a new morning. You still have all your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. It is that more than enough to get along with. You look for a foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see lying upon the sheets a garment, 2 garments actually, of a black and white folded into a neat white square. Who could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it's not too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that's the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far too preferable to the role you played last night, that of a startled quarry and running from his pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them here? If so, that's more than a reason to wear them. You are not churlish, though, to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed and then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown, setting it aside. This task accomplished, you clad yourself in the new attire, black and white and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same always, but something within you seems to have changed. You're no longer a student. Not as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to the mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many rooms, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You're beginning to feel rather disoriented. To your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? Like I know. You ascend these steps, your foot falls, cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them. Then you find yourself all the way down the very same hall you've traversed the night prior. Your memory does not fail you. Then the princess's room ought to be... Yeah, there it is. You rap upon the door, receive nothing in the way of response. The princess is still abed. You wonder briefly whether you ought to wait until she's risen of her own accord. But no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would be a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You want this, instead, to rouse her, like any good maid. It seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember from the night prior, though its ceilings seems ever higher and visioned under the morning's light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view. How very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is as large and imposing as it is the grate in which you will be expected to keep fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled to the side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair split across her pillows like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, to her chest is a doll, the very same one she was cosseting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much.
It is time to awake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she's largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Nobody said your job was easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, just to turn away from you. Her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little bit longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you learnt anything from the conservatoire, save from the knowledge pertaining to their respiratory tracts about fish, it is one must be cruel. Yeah, is that one must be cruel to be kind. You must not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will be much more impactful upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep if she has slept for long enough already. It is very slovenly, really. Slovenly, really, to be in bed at such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. All right, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up, you don't need to nag me. Once more, the princess is roused from her bed, and you put her doll to one side upon her toilette. You aid the princess in brushing her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder, as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. Oof. What a curious query from the princess. Are you right, dear one? Are you alright, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You're rather lost in thought there. You look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious sauce, would you? I thought you haven't learned your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must set on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of the bed, looking up at you for askance. She does not look at you. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any emotion of divesting herself from her nightgown. It really does seem like so. She expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that alright? You ask the princess as much, and you does not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, it is alright. It's what you're supposed to do. If you're to be my lady's maid, I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never been... You've never seen a naked woman before expecting yourself. Oh, this is where we get to the awkward part of the game. This is where I feel like a creepy old man again. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your own body for longer than is strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled ejections, but the princess sweeps them away one-sidedly, easily. It's alright, I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath old clothes. I doubt we look much different. You're not sure about that? You have not seen the princess unadorned, but you already know that to look at her face that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. I am afraid that this game is going to jump scare me in a way. You steady your nerves. Okay, thank God. Why don't you reach out with trembling hands? We can undo the buttons. Okay, this is gonna get weird. You work quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, not very. You fumble upon the couple of buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up. with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going on a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all of this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you're able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown, despite your initial mishaps. Spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly as she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful and as fluid as that answer. Task completed! Reach hurriedly and worriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. The sweat begins to prickle at the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, are uncomfortably clammy. The months pass, awkwardly, uneasily, and as you search, the princess is standing there all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find the day? Well, why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noticing your panic giggles, says, "Are you looking for my dress?" Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you are doing. I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you would not ask me where my dress was. Maybe it slipped your mind. It had slipped your mind, yes. To your shame. You were too busy fixating upon the princess's bared skin to notice how and to think about how best to conceal it. My dress is in my armoire, the princess says, glancing over to the adorned piece of furniture. The armoire of hers is intrinsically carved a wooden structure, a large enough source, so you estimate, to fit enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom with her princesses. I'd like to wear the red one. It is my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially while I'm naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make it your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and pursue the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside the wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough and then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurriedly dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers of soft and red velvet. She is easier to look at now, you think, once with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more than your parents' escape through the foggy forest. Why? It seems a small miracle that you still remember how to breathe. Ah, that is much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You have not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing, really nothing, beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. In any case, being complicated by someone so pretty, complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing. Ah, don't be like that. I wanted to compliment you. Why shouldn't I? Especially when you've been so helpful. It'd be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Whew. Your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. You'd ought to count yourself lucky. Really? What with all this exclusive blushing that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiric tendencies. Oh, that is a fair point. She could be a vampire. Quick, check a mirror. You're making yourself quite the easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. I know. It's like there's fangs, there no wings, luckily enough, but like the crown is kind of spiky. Her whole thing is red. There's a lot of triangles. A lot of triangles, actually. Now looking at, there's so many triangles. You can't think of any particular objections to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle enough is expansive, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick they put you in mind of a crypt. Yeah, her whole motif is mouth. You know, I wonder if this. I hope I don't get cannibalized. Though it does seem likely to happen, actually. It does not. She does not. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes about her legs, and her hair lifts like a shroud. Her castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced up by the castle's walls, which, in the stark midday of light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Wait, they say soldiers? Damn. Hold on. Huh. I guess they do have guards. How odd. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. Funny you should mention coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flittering hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to cease, however, by a bush, one full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they are gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact. A welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds, wilted, withered things, is not so for these roses. They are a rich bright red, just like blood. Funny you should mention. Their heads so full they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They're pretty in that sense. There's something unsettling about them too, something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from all the other flowers which are struggling to grow within this garden? It's a fanciful thought, but... Oh, they're simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color. The princess reaches out to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place amongst its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, and anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and the bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she's not. Who did you think she was? You? Why you roasting me, motherfucking narrator? Put up them hands, I'm gonna fight you, narrator. Rather than worrying about other people, you'd have been better served worrying about more yourself. The princess holds her new pilfered rose to her nose and inhales. Her eyelids falling shut as a flower's sweet scent washes over her. For a few moments, silence passes. Then, the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with the childish incantation, all the while stripping the rose slowly and methodically of its petals. The petals flutter about, and the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes through the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of Pinanolia. She loves me not. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns a nearly denuded flower. With a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me, I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra has been reciting is one you're familiar with. Girls at the conservatoire used to engage this little game with the younger ones, at least who believed the fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a little child, but you've never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in prince has always been minimal. When it comes to a fair princess, though, well, that's a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess, whose love it is she wishes to court, and with a query which makes the princess giggle, "Oh, dear one, who else could I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you." Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed a part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume the princess might care for your affections. You might begin to blush, your cheeks almost red as roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and laughs and laughs, her voice so clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you were the funniest thing she's ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it is different when it's with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you're already entranced by her, ensnared. Why are you using such words? She has wrapped you around her little finger. Oh my! The princess' laughter tapers off into a series of giggles, smiling as she wipes her eyes at the back of her hand. That is quite an amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell. You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do, it'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second rose from the bushes, deftly stabbing it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in a childlike game like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. I mean, what could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real causality of this game would be one singular rose, the rose the princess is holding towards you. Reach out, meaning to accept this princess's offering, but... oh no! You're clumsy and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. And the head of the rose might be pretty, but there's much more than bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, who would have thought? A fact that you're now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares, though, as throws your fingers as you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your fingers stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to be more careful. Why were you so stupid? Damn. You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. Have I not suggested this silly game, it never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. And how is she gonna do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket, with which she might staunch her wound. The princesses tend to carry around handkerchiefs with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else could they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It is simply not done. That is what you always thought, but... Please hold still, this might sting just a little bit. This princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she is holding a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed, all the while the beads of startlingly crimson blood, which are oozing luridly from your wound, she licks her lower lip. She then dips her head. Ah! She's licking my wound. How dare she? That's very unsanitary. She pots her mouth, and with a soft sigh, which borders on the sensuous, she sips your injured digit between her teeth. So many words. Words. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses and tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless. Almost startlingly so. With the princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth. Oh, God. The wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. I did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what is it she's doing. Oh? The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say. That is, she's making you uncomfortable. You're making me uncomfortable, lady, per se, but, this is rather awkward. You did not expect it at all. And this, is she not worried about this? Is unhygienic? And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks, and she is a very picture of innocence, which, funny, really, given your fingers still nestled between her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It is what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth as she grew older? Well, no, my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my ladies look after me then. Very interesting. And did they ever clean your wounds like this? No. Then Princess says, smiling mischievously, because I am not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that was a quite sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder if such a thing was possible. Though, this perhaps might be to your benefit. With some luck, all your blood will flow to your face, rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep saying. But she still is. But you're not accustomed to this type of intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what... You're sure you would not be so very familiar. I'm blushing. Can't you tell? You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. Damn. It still stings, though. It stings much more than any thorn on any rose could. Days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden, in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest beginning to feel like a distant memory. You could scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There's no running to be had when you are working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which tormented you have, at long last, begun to recede. You could scarcely recall as you lay down on your bed the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire, then no longer matter. Your attention is now focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you spend with her, the more you come to care for her. The more time you besotted her with her, but alas. But you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not so half ignorant as you are, though, despite having her spent her own life within the palace's walls, the weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and one stormy night she chooses to make them known to you. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps than you'd ought to be. Later is and strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there's little save the light of the moon to elevate it. That and the fire which crackles within the gate. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You looked at the princess who's lying on her bed, and you bid her a good night, just as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you a pause. Wait, dear one, do not go just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she alright? This bitch is crazy. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. These nights, it's just nights like this, you know, which can make me feel a little out of sorts. And that which you ask? What does she mean by that? Only that it's very cold and dark, and it is very windy besides. I am afraid there'll be a storm later. It is awfully cloudy earlier, and when we went out for a walk, Princess is not mistaken about that. The sky when a pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier was gray and steely. The wind was bitingly cold. You hear the wind rattling mournfully across the panes of the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone and, well, is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chiller, by comparison, it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound a bit childish, but I've found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know, it is silly of you to contemplate such a query, but why would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her, but still, you fret for her. As a lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased, perhaps, that you're taking the initiative. I wouldn't like it to take up too much of your time when it is so very late. Would you mind sitting with me a little longer and reading to me? Provided you can, of course. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess, yes, of course, I can read. You were a poor student in many aspects of the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you've ever been really good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I would have known if... You're so incredible. Sometimes I wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praise makes you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her that it's not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't, but where you hail from. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones, from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on the bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old, though the bindings are weak, the pages are brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading for me for a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please. The princess's request seems a simple one, expressed sweetly, so much so that you see no reason to refuse her. You would take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. When you retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, you spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are very loose. You can feel the heft of the book's manifold pages, the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps as old as the castle in which it resides. But it is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love in which circumstances and a lavish wedding story. Hold on, I need to reread that. Which accumulates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase, embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after. The princess sighs as though the tale has touched her very soul. Would that be the handsome prince to marry? Would that there was a that's a weird sentence. Was a handsome prince to marry me, she says, somberly, or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I'd settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark, and I'll mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You did not expect, therefore, the princess to overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety? Propriety, yeah. Well, of course, you reply, but for princesses, to marry a scullery maid." You're still hung up about that, the princess titters. Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself. If anything, as if anything like that would ever happen. There's no priest around that would officiate it. You think there are greater issues of the princess's plan than the lack of priest. Although, she does present a good point. The castle's an empty one. Even if the princess were able to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you've avoided a good deal of nuisance. But, by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says. But I'm not sleepy yet. And the still storming outside. Won't you read for me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one. You can choose a short one. I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but before you cannot resist the princess. But as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not as you think, because she is a princess. Though that is, of course, part of it. But because she is, well, radiant, you would You think, as you turn to the next story recounted in the Age Compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is familiar vein as the last. Impossible adventures accumulating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess, just as the tale you read prior. She begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when candles start to flicker on the princess's bedside, they're close to guttering out. The princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request is that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would have been would have been seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so she makes her next request. You almost agree offhand, without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now. The storm outside is still raging, but I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed. So, I know. The princess's eyes light up in the night sky like a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? Wow. You could have said that before I read like 5 stories. You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is a question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. Hey, but would it really be alright if you were to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic peasant such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. I know, right? I'm clutching my pearls. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. I'm scared. Well, what is the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. You don't want to lie with me after all? The narrow present of the princess's voice and her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her, in no uncertain terms, that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, don't stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come over here. Come and join me, come. And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you settle and waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She is already lying in her glorious 4-poster bed, waiting for you to return as though a knight errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made hash of one of the buttons. She bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh, no, please don't. Don't touch me. I'm scared. You don't say. Possibly. I let you do that, but I am a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, Princess says. But I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might have been more stubborn than you are to capitulate her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them. So the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. Important note there, apparently. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. When do I die? How will I die? We're about to find out. I'm guessing I'm gonna be thrown into the fireplace. Come, now, come in. It's horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coldly, the princess smiles. And so am I. She gonna eat me. She gonna eat me. I'm scared, Prin. I don't like to be eaten. I prefer to be whole as a person. I'm scared. You feel warm. You feel yourself warm. You feel warm yourself as you slide into the bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims, once your body is laying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? It's so funny that my voice is a man's voice, used for this very, very funny princess. You swallow, and with a shaky voice, you reassure her, yes, I am cozy. Quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It is strange, but... The princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light, as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. The foreshadowing. I don't know why. I feel like a very dread right now. I'll take very good care of you, I promise. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? In a way, Princess replies, after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of my job description. You're unaware that princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer norms than to sign than, say, becoming a doctor, an astrophysicist, or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily. She laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes. You think? Only half conscious? You think I deserve it too. You've been working so hard for a long time. You've been running for even longer, but now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. Okay, let's see how we die this time. In a quiet, understand sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed in a amorphous kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm that rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wildcats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death! Thunderdome! But you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all that ails the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. Aww, how sweet. It is a pity, then. These feelings do not last for very long. You know something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your fear and your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. I am in a dungeon. Ah! It's He-Man! Yeah, no, I did. You're standing instead in a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back pressed against the wall so intimately you could feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid, you cannot help but tremble. You're trembling so much, you can feel your teeth clambering together like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell. Or that, indeed, that is where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You are standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in a cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. It's the breathing again. It's the breathing. I'm gonna crash out. You feel like you're going to be sick. The feeling wells up inside you to a staggering degree. And then you catch a notice of the stench. You are not, realize, the only one in this dungeon. There are others here, attired in simple black and white outfits of the servants, which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, are in this expansive cell, are manacled to the walls. There are no fit state to speak to you, nor tell you of their plights. They're all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They're all dead. Huh. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you, yourself, are restrained. But even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human would survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there you see a woman, slumped in front of her once white apron, stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, once which through her entrails have half escaped, in some sort of burgundy goop, which might have once been a pale pink. There's another woman, slumped beside the first of a smaller smaller stature. She's skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack thereof, did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon horrors. Alas, her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the opposite wall her, in the ruined remains of once was her skull. Over there you see a woman who is missing both her arms and a lower jaw. Over there you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? Oh, there they are. They're on the ceiling. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. It was sweet just a minute ago, I swear. I don't know why we're here. You know how long these carcasses have been lying. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they've began to putrefy. Haha, bitches be crazy. All of them have been. That's why I'm scared of all of them. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from these walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy. The terror seizes your heart. This is too glacial. It is obvious, well, that escape is impossible. But you still squirm and writhe, just like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurt. Well, you'd ought to have known that would not have worked. The very definition of insanity, for performing a set action over and over and over, hoping for different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. You are still trying to escape, foolish girl. As that you will do any that as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. Oh, fuck you too, narrator. The quote of today's stream. Fuck you too, narrator. You are making enough noise to raise the dead down here in your dark, dingy cell, and your screaming is hardly helping the matter. I wish that you would cease in this infernal racket, but I know you won't. Damn, the narrator is just on this girl's case. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not like you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look at her now. She has come all this way, into the dark depths of the castle's old inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one. The princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light lifting steps. It would seem that you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem that you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head, so as to meet the eyes of your princess. Hello, princess! She is standing but a few paces away beneath the roughly hewn stone arch, which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did not think of waiting here with you and by your side until you awoke, but... Once again, the princess giggles a light, airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It is horribly cold here and so very drab. And there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and blankets, but then they would have gotten dirty and that would be a disaster. I would need to be more careful, and I won't have anybody left to clean up after me and my messes soon, so... Not when I have dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light, lighting, and a chiming of a silvery bell. Well, it does very little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that is right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already. After waking up in a dungeon, silly. Don't call me silly. It's not silly. It's very serious, quiet. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Well, would that you with that you would. Oh, that's such a hard sentence. Would that you would cringe. Okay, away from her, but you can't. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, no, its touch is cool. It is less so frigid than the air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess touches touches gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she could keep holding you. I don't want her anywhere near me in this dungeon. You wish you keep on touching you. Please, no, I don't. Yeah, you luxuriate in her kindness the best you can. But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? I am not reading that. I don't want to read it. I don't wanna. I'm not gonna. The princess says that. I already said the GG thing once. I don't want to read it again. The princess says in a whatever. I can't even read that word. Cajoling sort of voice one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been here together. I really could. I don't know how else I would address a cat in fair question. I wouldn't ask for a better servant, though I feel like I've been spoiled. Why, then, you ask her, why is she doing this? And improbable, though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There is nobody else in this castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask? Is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only that I've done to all my other servants. I have experienced experience with this sort of thing. So please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means, naturally, I'll kill you. Whoopee! There it is again. That word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally, there's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, expression ponders. It is natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die. Yes, exactly. There is a bit more to it than that, though. Of course there is. I do like you, dear one, the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, and like I said, kind, and for that, I'll be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, I'm simply being with you is not enough anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I am a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess' smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have not before witnessed. And I don't want you to feel... Oh no. Yeah, you are right, it is cannibalism. Alright, I'm ready. I'm gonna read this aloud to the discern of anybody else listening. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside of me. Well, all of the things your charming captive could have said, you could not expect that. The princess, perhaps, is noticing your confusion and begins to giggle. Giggle even lighter than meringue. Fucking meringue. And just as airy. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one. But aren't you? But you aren't only the. You aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs, the Belagrude woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger in scant handful years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you at least might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at it, the world is a bit more unique. That is what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she was still had breath to speak, of course. If you look at the princess, where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes are fixed to her face. She's still smiling, but there is something sinister about that smile. Or perhaps it is your anxious state. You are only imagining that there is something sinister about that smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any different the way she usually acts. She has not changed, it is only your perspective of hers that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is all too happy to answer. It is simple, really, like I said. You were wondering, weren't you?
Why weren't there any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here?
The question had crossed her mind, yes, but you are sure that the princess said her minister sent them away, though? Was that a lie? Well, no shit, Sherlock.
I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you'd be afraid of me if you knew what actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anyone away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too.
Did she now? Yeah, I suppose that ought not. You suppose you'd ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless.
My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents had died.
The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes and empty yawning abysses.
So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them and then my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They're all fusty old men. But I did love my servants. I loved my lady maids, my undermaids, my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were all like family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them.
Oh, jeez, lady.
Does that follow?
Not logically, no.
Why, you ask? The princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people you love?
It seems like a very poor way to repay them for their kindness.
Well, why wouldn't you eat the people you love? I don't think there's any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude unless you have better ideas.
Keeping me alive and happy. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this in the end. Dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, and it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal, but a better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or more holidays. And the princess listened to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in every important lecture. Once you're finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but is not with remorse with what she's done. Instead, she's laughing.
Oh dear one, that's very funny. But why would I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day, I'll be the queen, and I will be the law.
That is a good point, but eating people will not turn her subjects... how would eating people not turn her subjects against her?
What subjects, you who? I am no fool. You know no matter how might I act, and I know what happens beyond these castle walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I am a princess in nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. I was so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics?
Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Perhaps not to you.
Gently, the princess caresses your neck.
But I wouldn't judge you too harshly, as much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner, a peasant, a mere serf.
Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought processes, largely because it is unreasonable.
You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her only one question,
that which you could think to ask, with your wary throat sore from shouting the whole time.
Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. Because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply why the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent, even to me, a monarch. That is why I've decided to eat my servants. I had no choice. You see, it was the only way to ensure they would never leave me.
Does she not know the processes of digestion? I feel like cannibalism is actually the worst way to keep someone beside you.
taxidermy would have been a better hobby. When you think about it, they would have been grateful. I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood. I am a... Oh my god. Ruler, you see, I treat all of my subjects equally. I turn them all to shit through digestion. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You've been all so nice, awfully nice to me. And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this. But you've captured my heart. I think that you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. That's weird. Then we can stay together forever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair pressing against her cheeks. You can feel the warmth of her breath as it as it goes against your skin. It's cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse, though this might sound something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide, her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my job the best to best fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me. But really, her eyes, which are now boring into yours like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything really, in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here, God again. But this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. The princess dips her head, she parts her lips, and petals of the curtivus flower. As you feel the princess's breath against your neck, it is warm and icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. In a few moments, you think that this overture is the princess. It could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess' mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth are sharp as needles and are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. Oh god, the munching sounds. She is supping on a greedy goblets, like a hungry animal who cannot simply comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms are twined around your waist. You find that you cannot hate her. Oh wow. She is far too unworldly. As you are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers. A love so very abundant, it borders on the monstrous. It is a love you never thought you would get to experience. Wow, yeah, no, it's biting my whole neck out. The love of the princess eclipses anything you've ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all the notions you might have once had of right or wrong. The princess, you know, full well does not care about such concepts. I'm pretty sure she should have been educated on such concepts of morality, considering all her servants are dead. You have always possessed the stubborn core, nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even more stubborn than you are. Stubborner. In the face of her love, you have met your match. Oh, like this was like a boxing match. Stop breathing! The princess draws back. Desperately you grasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder, still with your blood, and then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, sharp, possibly unhumanly sharp, gliding wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. From the front of your nightgown was white once, now it is red. There was so much blood you could smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. When you try to inhale, this task proves to be beyond you, with the twin perforations that have raptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape from your, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels like it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. You'll forgive me. My sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself. Why is this always upon myself? I just don't go to sleep next to a woman. Lest you want to be cannibalized, buried alive, or drowned. Minor setback. You're deserving of your own happy ending. I only need the strength to seek it out. Why don't we give this one more go? Oh boy, I've been at this for 7 hours. There is no more paths to take. Give up. Oh, joys. You're presented with 3 potential paths. It is not as though you be traversing any of them with any particular impact upon your ultimate fate of just fucking dying. In the end, you're as destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought you were smarter than that. Your breath, which escaped your lips as a sharp, ragged gasp, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated as though you've been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples, heating overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy. Your legs, in particular, no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forwards, and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You're certain you passed this tree once root already, and you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. The witching hour. You shocked. You grasp, surprised, and pitch fall forward like a dull, senseless sack of potatoes. Your arm hits the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Your tears begin to bead on your eyes, wet and salty. You cannot stab. You are not as resilient as a gravedigger, nor carefree as a princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody, at the very least, would be able to tell that you are crying. But you do not. And I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand, but you had you the energy, but you know, as you sit there dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand. Not any longer. It hurts too much. You've simply been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I have not been very kind to you. But you've ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why then are you crying? You've always been a crybaby. Wow, fuck you, narrator. That is always why they teased you so much. It is because they knew there would be a guaranteed reaction. You are very predictable. Even now, you are tired to borrow my power for your own purposes. You have not changed at all. As you sit there sobbing, or so you hear, or you think you can hear, footsteps approaching you. There to your right, his snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed by a knife. Why the narrator? Yeah, I know. Op since day 1. Honed to a knife point by anxiety. You're so panicked you feel as though you're going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There is nobody here to judge you, nobody but me. I've always been here, you know. I will always be here. No matter how fast you try to run, or how far, did you really think you could escape me? Poor sweet child. Poor little fool. I did not tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. I have rather enough of these little games. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It's time for me to collect my collateral. Oh no. Another woman. The source of all my fears. A soft grasp escapes your throat as you feel the arms and winds about behind away about your back. Naturally, you know whose those arms they are. They are mine. Hello.
I've been watching you all night, but this is the first time I've reached out to you in so direct a manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest, just beating quickly, like a startled rabbit. Man, I hate your voice, witch. It's very annoying. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I'm holding you, you are still shaking. I wish for you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown. I was. But we're not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you called me forth from the ether using that book you found in the library, you were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me. Yeah, the whole time. You pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me, you implored and you entreated, and you wheedled, and you whined, and though I had some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I'd have given you? You might have think me wicked, but I think you're being awfully cruel to yourself to run from me. After all, I have made your wishes come true. I did think, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought about poking your eyes out so that you may never see anybody other than me. I thought about cutting your long, lovely hair so nobody might ever think you're beautiful but me. I thought about breaking your legs so that you'd never be able to escape from me. I have turned all of these intriguing ideas into my mind, but I'm a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I do not wish to hurt you. You asked after all that I love you, and that is what I did. I drowned you in my love, drowned physically. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. Okay, so they're all just representations of the witch. I like to imagine that she hasn't ran at all. She's just on the floor the whole time through those 3 endings. You've always been such a sad, lonely girl, one who is so starved of affection. Nobody has actually cared for you. Your life has been a burden, empty wasteland, one devoid of ever any fonder feelings. Damn! I just wrote the repeated roasting of this protagonist. That is why I had to drown you, see? That is why I had to bury you. That is why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. Yeah, probably just going schizo the whole night on the floor. In that sense, you're very lucky, do you know that? There are very few people in the world that have ever had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite like this, many times in one night. There are very few people in the world you can claim to be loved by a witch. You've experienced so much love, it ought to have slacked even your even your most unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels like to be adored. I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now I think it is time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Yay! And then I shall be able to love you endlessly, and you will never be lonely again. Damn! It gets so lonely here. Oh my god, that marathon. Oh, I did it. I did it. I thought I would be done with it in 2 hours. No, it took like 4 times as long. I did it. I did it, and I'm going insane. I know, I did a whole playthrough of the game. I read everything. I mean, not everything, because some of it was even too cringe for me to willingly narrate. Oh god, 7 hours and 30 minutes of straight talking.
I mean, there was that 5-minute break in between the first path and the second, but after that, like 5 to 10 minutes was me straight talking. You don't even know how creepy I felt. I felt like an absolute scumbag. Like, dude, you don't even know. Oh, I'm sitting here, I'm reeling. The fact that there is like the text saying, I can't bring myself to like ever say good girl in any sort of voice because it's just so awkward. I have heard it memed too much online, and it's like I will never subject myself to it because I don't want to be clipped. Saying that, it's embarrassing for me. I have people, all of my close friends know that I stream on Twitch, and I feel like I would forever regret saying something like that. They know I would do this though. For all the things I have done in my life, my IRL friends and close friends know that I would do something like this, or like something crazy like that. Like the one time I fucking biked to the middle of nowhere just because I felt like it. But yeah, no, that's fun. I'm gonna take a moment to cool down, probably just check out what they're doing in the Discord, and then await to watch my Oshi stream. That's this whole time. The stream's just to kill time for my actual highlight of my day. Well, I can say that the sadness has been staved off, and I'm going to take a break. Enjoy the rest of my Friday afternoon. So thank you all so much for watching. Stay hydrated and all that. Oh, yay! That means I've done my job. Hoorah. Also, haha. Look at me, I'm good. Okay, go do your thing, because I'm gonna go do mine. Very abrupt end to stream. Sayonara, signing off, all that. Yeah, nighty.